Chapter 1972. 18 years had passed, but old Master Hua had never thought that Hua Guanyuan was still alive. In addition, she had just woken up and had made a scene of great joy and sorrow. Her physical and mental strength were a little overwhelmed. She pulled Lu Yuan to look at him for a while, but her face was still drooping. She let go of his hand and closed her eyes in extreme disappointment. "I'm fine. I'm going to be discharged. Go and settle the paperwork." Zhang Baochen couldn't care less about being pinched by Lu Yuan. He quickly rushed over and said to old Master Hua, "Dad, don't worry. I'll go handle the procedures now." "Stop. Father is just in time. He needs to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation." Hua Guanchen stopped Zhang Baochen. "Don't rush. He's tired now. Everyone, disperse and let father rest." Zhang Baochen obeyed Hua Guanchen's every command and immediately nodded. Okay. Let's stay in the hospital for observation for a few days." Hua Guanchen said, "I'll have the caretaker I hired come here to take care of father. We'll follow the same rules as before. I'll send someone here on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You'll have to work harder on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday." No problem. Zhang Baochen saw that Hua Guanchen's attitude towards him was getting better and better, and thought to himself that his hard work had not been in vain. The two of them discussed things as if no one else was around. Zhang Baochen's wife, son, and daughter looked at Lu Yuan curiously, secretly wondering who this person was. Even grandfather Hua had mistaken him for someone else. Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone and connected to the private hospital's Wi-Fi. He searched for loopholes in the surveillance system to attack, and searched for surveillance footage of the operating room. The surgery had been performed 2 days ago, and this private hospital did not perform many surgeries every day. Therefore, he quickly found the video of the surgery and uploaded it to the cloud and shared it with Lu Jin. Lu Yuan stood silently in front of the bed and looked at old Master Hua for a while before turning around and leaving without a word. Hua Xiaoheng followed him out and Hua Guanchen quickly called out, "Xiaoheng. When your grandfather is discharged from the hospital, remember to come and help." Hua Guanyuan couldn't be counted on, and Hua Guanchen didn't stop him at all. Hua Xiaoheng's footsteps paused at the door. He turned back to look at him and said dryly, "I have to work overtime." "I don't have time." "Overtime?" Hua Guanchen frowned. "Didn't General Ji give you a long break?" "What overtime?" The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. Even on vacation, he still has to check his email and assign work. General Hua's memory is failing. If this goes on, sooner or later I'll retire early. With that, he quickly left grandfather Hua's ward. Hua Guanchen was enraged by the words, early retirement, but in front of the Zhang family, he could only swallow his anger. Zhang Baochen had wanted to persuade her, but his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a text from Gua Huining. "Can you do me a favor and put in a good word for me?" He quickly replied, "No problem." He was waiting for Gua Huining to speak. The other party had done him such a big favor, how could he not ask for something in return? He knew it very well. Gua Huining was too embarrassed to tell him in person, so she texted him and continued, "It's like this, I offended Miss Gu Nianji a few days ago. She's General Hua's daughter-in-law, and I see that you're pretty close to her. Can you help me argue in front of General Hua so that Miss Gu won't hold a grudge against me?" Zhang Baochen was shocked. He didn't expect Gua Huining to help him because of Gu Nianji. Other people aside, Gu Nianji had left too deep of an impression on him. Although he knew this was wrong, he couldn't help but secretly hate Gu Nianji. If it weren't for her meddling, their family would still be happily living in the Hua family's mansion in the military's HQ. It was all because of her that they had nothing now. The family of 4 was squeezed into an apartment that was less than 200 square meters. Zhang Baochen couldn't help but snort in reply, Gunyanji just likes to cause trouble. She thinks she's better than others because she's a lawyer. She doesn't care about us at all. I'm afraid we won't be of any use if you ask us to plead for her. Gua Huining's lips twitched when she saw the text. She thought to herself, I'm not asking you to plead for her. Of course I'm asking Grandfather Hua and He Guanchen to do it. Of course she knew that Zhang Baochen couldn't do anything in front of them. But she never underestimated the usefulness of people like Zhang Baochen. She had been in the Hong family for 7 or 8 years and knew that the wealthier the family, the less monogamous it was. Even though many people thought this was modern society, the wealthy families were still the same as in the past. They had concubines, mistresses, illegitimate children, and everything else. Some even lived with their wives and concubines, living in harmony upstairs and downstairs. You say the law doesn't recognize the legal status of concubines. They don't care about status at all. But now that she saw Grandfather Hua's attitude towards Zhang Baochen and Hua Xiaoheng, she knew she made the right choice. So she replied, Mr. Zhang, you're too humble. Please tell General Hua and Grandfather Hua that when Grandfather Hua is discharged from the hospital in a few days, I'll be treating him to the most expensive Phoenix Court restaurant in the Hong's Hotel. Please bring Grandfather Hua, General Hua, Major General Hua, and Miss Gu. I'll apologize to her in person. The Phoenix Court restaurant in the Hong's Hotel wasn't a single building. It was the name of a private room on the second floor of the hotel. It was very spacious and luxurious, and the starting price was astonishing. Zhang Baochen knew about the Phoenix Court restaurant. Seeing Gua Huining's sincerity, he agreed, okay, I'll go tell them. You set the time and let us know when it's time. Gua Huining breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, of course, of course. I'll send out an official invitation for you to come. As for Major General Hua and Miss Gu, I hope Mr. Zhang can ask Grandfather Hua and General Hua to mediate. Zhang Baochen didn't dare speak to Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng himself, but if He Guanchen and Grandfather Hua were to speak to them, they'd probably give them face. He still had this bit of self-awareness. After Gua Huining finished discussing with Zhang Baochen, she left the empty room with Do Ayin and walked towards the elevator. Do Ayin saw Gua Huining's happy face and asked with a smile, everything settled? Yes, I told Mr. Zhang that when Grandfather Hua is discharged from the hospital in a few days, I'll treat him to a meal at the Phoenix Court restaurant in the Hong's Hotel. I hope they'll be there, and I'll personally apologize to Gu Nianji. Will Gu Nianji go? What if she doesn't accept your apology? Do Ayin asked curiously. She said the other day that she'd never step into the Hong's Hotel again. That's why I'll treat them to a meal at the Hong's Hotel. Gua Huining said slyly, very pleased with her little trick. If she doesn't come, then she'll be unreasonable and disrespecting the two most senior members of the Hua family. Does she still want to marry into the Hua family in the future? In her daydreams. But if she comes, then she'll be slapping herself in the face. Do Ayin understood and clapped her hands with a smile. Huining, you're amazing. Even I didn't think of that. This is the second update for today, Chapter 1961, Daydreams. The October double monthly vote will be on the 7th day of the month, so if you have a guaranteed monthly vote, hurry up and vote. And recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1973. Gua Huining and Do Ayin left the private hospital happily. They got into their own cars and went home. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan drove back to Song Jinning's apartment in the 3rd Ring Road. The two of them had been called out during dinner. Now that they had returned, the dining table had already been cleaned up. Song Jinning sat alone in the living room looking at the materials. She looked up and saw Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng come in. Song Jinning put down the materials in her hand and rubbed her tired eyes. You're back. How's Grandfather Hua? Is he really awake? Lu Yuan nodded calmly and said, he's awake, but this is the last time I'll see him. Song Jining, she turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, is your grandfather okay? Hu Xiaoheng looked around the room and didn't see Gu Nianji or Lu Jin. He walked towards Lu Jin's room and said, "He's fine. He asked me to call third uncle as soon as he woke up." Song Jining, she shouldn't have asked this question. Hu Xiaoheng left Lu Yuan and Song Jining in the living room and came to look for Lu Jin and Gu Nianji alone. The two of them were indeed in Lu Jin's room. The computer was on, and the two of them seemed to be running programs. Hu Xiaoheng knocked on the door. Gu Nianji turned around and saw him. She said happily, "Major General Hu, look what my dad found." Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and strolled in slowly. "What's wrong? Didn't my dad just go to the Home Corporation's 4S store to pick up an electric car?" Gu Nianji pointed at the computer screen and said, "After he came back, my dad dismantled the car and removed the engine battery." Hu Xiaoheng, only then did he see what was on Lu Jin's computer screen. So it was the electric car that he had dismantled. Lu Jin said excitedly, "I knew something was wrong. How could there be such a good battery performance after buying such a lousy patent? This isn't scientific at all." Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed as he looked at the data on the computer screen. Lu Jin pointed at the data and explained to him, "This is the battery performance data I tested after I removed the battery. Did you see it? This data is definitely not something that can be tested with the patent she signed." Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? Can you tell me more details? Don't you understand? This means that their batteries are fake." Lu Jin was almost dancing with joy. He pointed at the battery that he had removed from the desk and said, "That's it. This is not the patented battery they claimed. To be precise, these batteries were not low-performance batteries that could be produced with cheap patents." Gu Nianji walked over and bent down to look at the battery that Lu Jin had removed. She asked curiously, "How can this be called fake? He's obviously making up for it with his good performance." To put it simply, it was selling pure gold jewelry at the price of gold jewelry. Are they crazy? Hu Xiaoheng understood and thought about it deeply. "You mean, they used high-quality, expensive batteries to install in their electric scooters and called them low-cost batteries. That way, they would give people the impression that they were cheap and of good quality." Right. That's what I mean." Lu Jin walked over and scratched at the battery that had been removed for a while. He pulled open a side and pointed it out to Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. "Look, here, there used to be an old model, but it was polished off and engraved with a new model." Gu Nianji covered her mouth in surprise and said, "They bought high-performance batteries from other manufacturers. Then, they polished off the model of other people's batteries, engraved their own model, and installed them in their own electric scooters." Lu Jin nodded heavily. "That's right. My girl is so smart. But why would they do that? Are they stupid?" Gu Nianji couldn't figure it out again. "They buy other people's high-priced batteries and sell them at the price of low-priced batteries. This way, every time they sell an electric scooter, they lose money. It's said that there are people who do the killing business, and no one who do the losing business. Why would they take the initiative to do the losing business?" Lu Yuan also walked in at this moment. Hearing Gu Nianji's question, Lu Yuan said gently, "It's very simple. One of the reasons why the merchants do this is to occupy the market. They would rather dump at a low price and fight a price war to crush other similar merchants to achieve their goal of monopolizing the market. Then, they will raise the price in the future." Gu Nianji immediately said, "The Home Corporation can't be dumping at a low price, because the prerequisite for dumping at a low price to occupy the market is for the merchants to have enough capital and strength. And the Home Corporation's electric scooter has only just started. The Home Corporation itself isn't considered rich. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought to go public overseas to raise funds. So where do they get the money to fight a price war with others? Lu Yuan nodded with a smile. Yes, the Hong Corporation can't be the first reason, so it can only be the second reason. What reason? Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng asked in unison. In order to go public and make money, they have to do a good job with the data. Lu Yuan had been immersed in the business world for 18 years in the other world. He had built his own listed company from scratch, so he knew these twists and turns very well. But they will lose money. Will the financial report look good? Gu Nianji was still puzzled. Could it be that they falsified the accounts? Lu Yuan laughed. Anything is possible. But the most important thing is that investors generally don't look at the profits of newly listed IPO companies. Then what do you look at? Gu Nianji looked at Lu Yuan with almost admiration. Lu Jin felt a little uncomfortable and quickly said, "Of course it's to look at the profit forecast, which is to see if your company has the investment potential. This profit forecast is based on your market share and the speed of revenue growth. For the electric scooter industry, the profit forecast is based on the number of electric scooters you sell to consumers and whether they have the potential to grow rapidly. As for whether the cars sold will be a loss, we won't consider that for the time being." Gu Nianji understood immediately and immediately said, "I see. So the Hong Corporation uses good batteries to install them in their electric scooters. They advertise them as low-cost batteries, and they sell them at a very low price. And most consumers like cheap and good products. The Hong Corporation's electric scooters are 1/3 cheaper than other electric scooters, and some are even half the price of others, but the battery life is about the same. Under these conditions, more and more consumers will be willing to buy the Hong Corporation's electric scooters." Yes. Lu Yuan nodded approvingly. This is the Hong Corporation's profit forecast for electric scooters. I can imagine that their data will definitely be very good, and there will be a gorgeous growth curve. These are the data that overseas investors like to see the most. Therefore, the Hong Corporation's attempt to go public overseas this time was indeed guided by an expert. When Gu Nianji heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched. What expert's guidance? Isn't this data falsification? This was today's first update, Chapter 1962, Expert's Guidance. October double monthly votes will be on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, if you have guaranteed monthly votes, hurry up and vote. And recommendation votes. Today was the third update, the second update was at 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1974. Gu Nianji continued, but they're using a good battery to charge it. They're drawing their own blood. This isn't sustainable development in itself. The bubble has been blown up. Sooner or later, it will burst. Haven't they thought of a way out? Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled. That's not how the capital market looks at it. They only see the Hong Corporation's excellent profit forecast and have high hopes for it. As long as they occupy the market, they will make a profit one day. That's how Amazon grew into a big company second only to Apple. Do you know how many years Amazon lost money before it made a profit? But the loss didn't stop its stock price from skyrocketing every year. From a low of more than $20 a share 10 years ago to more than $2,000 a share now, it's increased 100-fold in 10 years. If I'm not wrong, the Hong Corporation's target for its overseas listing this time is definitely $10 billion. Gu Nianji's pupils constricted. So much. That Gua Huining really has some tricks up her sleeve. Lu Jin sneered. No matter how many tricks she has, I'll break them all. Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan, and Hu Xiaoheng looked at Lu Jin in unison. Dad, what do you mean? Gu Nianji was confused again. She had originally thought that according to the Hong Corporation's actions, they would run out of cash in the future. However, Lu Yuan said that as long as the profit forecast was good, the capital market would continue to inject capital into it and let it continue to develop. From this perspective, the Hong Corporation would not be in danger of having its funds cut off. Lu Jin, however, did not fall for this. He pointed at the battery that had been removed from the floor and said confidently, "This battery was produced by another manufacturer. It's patented and only for one brand of electric cars. The Hong Corporation didn't buy the patent. They only bought the battery and used it to install it in their own electric car for secondary sale. This is illegal in itself. Also, they installed high-performance batteries in their own electric cars and claimed that they were their own patented batteries. They deceived investors with false profit forecasts. Once the SEC finds out, they'll never be able to go public overseas." Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. Even she had not thought of this. Only a tech maniac like Lu Jin could catch the Hong Corporation from the perspective of patent data, right? Lu Yuan was also stunned for a moment. He turned to look at the battery on the ground and muttered, "But you only found a problem with one battery. Can you sue the Hong Corporation like this?" Gu Nianji immediately provided professional advice. From a legal point of view, one battery is definitely not enough to prove that the Hong Corporation is committing large-scale fraud. But we can't possibly buy all the electric scooters produced by the Hong Corporation and dismantle them, right? It's not realistic. Lu Jin rolled his eyes at her. Why should I prove it myself? What does this have to do with me? I'm just a poor, weak, and helpless consumer. Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan, Lu Jin walked to the computer chair at the side and sat down. He tried his best to keep a straight face and put on a pitiful, weak, and helpless expression. He said, "I can't fight against a big company like the Hong Corporation alone. I can only carry forward the spirit of freedom and write an open letter to the legal department of the electric car manufacturer that was infringed by the Hong Corporation and ask them to investigate the battery problem of the Hong Corporation's electric car. They're the real experts. Only when an expert made a move would one know if there was one." Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She pounced on Lu Jin's back and clenched her small fists. She lightly pounded Lu Jin's back and said with a look of admiration, "Dad, you're so amazing. You could even think of this. This method could be said to be very profitable. And it wasn't a rumor. Every electric car produced by the Hong Corporation must have tampered with the battery. Of course, consumers wouldn't find out. Even if they did, most consumers wouldn't think of suing the Hong Corporation. Because for consumers, they were the ones with vested interests. Who would be so bored as to go against their own money? But Lu Jin was different. He didn't buy the Hong Corporation's electric car to drive. In other words, he didn't buy it for consumption. His main purpose was to find fault. Of course, this fault wasn't randomly found. It was a conclusion that Lu Jin had come to after careful data analysis and scientific reasoning. He pointed directly at the Hong Corporation's biggest shortcoming, the performance of the electric car batteries. Gu Nianji said emotionally, "Dad, what was Guo Huining thinking? Why didn't she sign the better patents? Anyway, she had to spend money. Could it be that she didn't spend money just because she bought the batteries that others had produced and sold them in the car at a low price? I don't understand her logic. That's different." Lu Jin typed on his computer and wrote an open letter. He said seriously, "Actually, the cost of the batteries isn't expensive. The expensive part is the patented technology. Moreover, the good patents are all exclusive licenses, so the price is astronomical. Of course, it's more cost-effective for the Hong Corporation to buy finished batteries. Moreover, by signing the cheap patent, they can tamper with the cost of the electric scooter even further without anyone knowing. If it wasn't for your father's sharp eyes, this scam of the Hong Corporation might not have been exposed even when it was listed." Gu Nianji smiled flatteringly. Yes. Dad, you're the best. Do you want some water? What do you want to eat tonight? Let President Liu do it. Liu Yuan, he curled his lips. Nianji, please your father. Don't use me as a favor, okay? Not good. Gu Nianji turned around and made a face at Liu Yuan. President Liu, you're my trump card to please my father. Liu Jin laughed out loud and slapped the table. Nianji, you're wrong. Your father's reputation is no longer useful. Boss Liu is focused on pleasing Miss Song now. It's more useful if you say you want to cook delicious food for Miss Song. Song Jining, who had just walked in, Gu Nianji turned around with a smile. Just as she was about to tease Liu Yuan, she caught a glimpse of Song Jining coming in from the corner of her eye. She couldn't help feeling embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. Dad, are you going to post this open letter online? Do you want to post a copy on Weibo? I'll use my water army to forward it for you. Gu Nianji winked at Liu Jin and said proudly. This was her territory. Compared to the situation in the other world where her hands and feet were tied, she was like a fish in water here. Liu Jin didn't know that Song Jining had come in, so he joked. I want to eat Spanish seafood fried rice tonight. Nianji, go and tell Boss Liu that Miss Song wants to eat it. He'll definitely cook it. Song Jining rubbed her forehead and said weakly, Professor Liu, I don't want to eat Spanish seafood fried rice. Liu Yuan immediately replied, okay, then let's not cook it. This was the second reward for today, Chapter 1963, The Expert's First Move. For the first 50,000 Chidian dollars that the leader of GU had rewarded in August. The double monthly tickets for October would be on the 7th day of the month. Those who have guaranteed monthly tickets, hurry up and vote. And recommendation tickets. At 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1975. Liu Jin wasn't angry. He chuckled at Gu Nianji. See, what did I say? Gu Nianji didn't dare to laugh out loud. She leaned close to Liu Jin's ear and whispered. It's okay. Let's ask Major General Hua to make Spanish seafood fried rice. Major General Hua's cooking of this dish is no worse than CEO Liu's, really. Liu Jin's eyes lit up. He turned to Gu Nianji and nodded repeatedly. Then go tell her. Let's eat together tonight. When they were having dinner that night, an open letter from Anonymous suddenly spread like wildfire on the internet. This open letter was written to the well-known electric scooter manufacturer, Fu. The electric scooter manufacturer, Fu, was a well-known brand that had risen in recent years. They had spent a lot of money on patents to achieve their current status. However, the appearance of the Hong Corporation's electric scooters had a huge impact on this factory's sales. To put it simply, the market share that this manufacturer lost was all secretly poached by the Hong conglomerate. For the past year, they had been keeping an eye on the Hong conglomerate strategy and the new electric scooters that they had launched. They had been wondering how they were able to achieve extremely high performance at an extremely low price. However, this open letter to the legal department of the raft manufacturer perfectly answered the questions they had been asking for 2 years. The internet was abuzz with the news. The Hong conglomerate's dirty tricks. Others use shoddy goods to pass off as quality goods, but they use good goods to pass off as quality goods. What a genius! They came up with this method to slap the consumers in the face. I want to say, please call a few more times. The netizens were all talking at once. Just as Gu Nianji had said, most of them were indirectly praising the Hong Corporation. Once something like this came out, as long as it didn't harm the interests of consumers, ordinary netizens wouldn't care whether the Hong Corporation was infringing on the copyright or faking it. Therefore, the target of Lu Jin's open letter had never been ordinary netizens, but the Raft, the manufacturer of the electric car that had the patent rights that had been really damaged by the Hong Corporation. In the office building of the Imperial Capital CBD, the electric car manufacturer, Raft, had a branch office here. Although their headquarters were not in the imperial capital, because of the spending power of the people in the imperial capital, no car manufacturer would ignore the imperial capital. Almost all of them had branches or offices here. Go and investigate. Apply to the court for a subpoena to inspect all the batteries of electric scooters manufactured by the Hong conglomerate. You dare to steal our patent and sell it? I'm so anxious to go bankrupt. The members of the Raft's legal department were all filled with indignation. They rolled up their sleeves and wished they could beat up the Hong conglomerate's legal department. That's right. Don't they know how much money we spent to sign this patent? Does the Hong Corporation have no shame? If they cared about their reputation, they wouldn't have done such shameful things. Go and gather the owners of the electric vehicles manufactured by the Hong conglomerate online. Tell them that our Raft can help them do battery testing for free. Not only will we not charge for each car, we'll even give them a subsidy of 1,000 to 5,000 yuan. The Raft's legal department had received sufficient funds from the company to carry out the collection of evidence. At the same time, they also submitted a complaint to the court, requesting for the Hong Corporation's electric scooter production workshop, especially the battery assembly workshop, to be thoroughly inspected on the grounds of intellectual property infringement. In the top-floor office of the Hong conglomerate in the capital, the shareholders' meeting was in full swing. Guo Huining sat dejectedly in front of a group of major shareholders and was almost scolded in the nose. What's wrong with you? Is this open letter true? Didn't you swear that our engineers are capable? You can use cheap patents to create super-performance batteries. You've really screwed us over this time. You might as well sign a better patent. That way, you won't be laughed at for using a good patent. Director Guo, you're the one who patted your chest and guaranteed that this idea is legal. It's also your legal department who signed this cheap patent to shut people up. Guo Huining's face was as white as a sheet. Her lips were chapped, and her eyes were bloodshot. It had been 36 hours since she saw the open letter online. She hadn't slept or eaten for a single minute. She had been working hard, investigating the situation, asking people to pull strings, and trying to suppress this matter. She spent a lot of money to remove the trending topic, but no matter how hard she tried, this trending topic would pop up again. Even the internal staff of Weibo didn't know what was going on. They were also working overtime to check the code. They were just short of shutting down the entire Weibo. However, the Hong Corporation was obviously not that important. Or rather, they couldn't afford to shut down Weibo. Therefore, this trending topic remained firmly on the rankings, hovering around the top 3. The staff of Weibo said to her, Director Guo, did you offend someone? From the looks of it, the other party is too powerful. We're not their match. Especially in terms of the computer network, they had almost controlled the trending topic this time. Even the internal staff of Weibo couldn't compete with them. Guo Huining recalled the incident of removing the trending topic and felt even worse. Moreover, her legal department had just received a subpoena from the court. It said that another scooter manufacturer, Raft, had officially announced to the Hong Corporation. Not only did they demand a sky-high compensation, but they also requested that the fraudulent Hong Corporation be permanently banned from entering the scooter industry because their actions had broken industry rules. The old madam of the Hong Corporation was the largest shareholder. She was already over 80 years old, but she maintained her appearance well. She looked like she was in her early 70s. She was hale and hearty and looked very capable. She looked at Guo Huining and said coldly, Director Guo, what explanation do you have? Guo Huining shivered. She hurriedly stood up and said, Chairman, shareholders, listen to me. This time, someone is trying to mess with the Hong Corporation. We must work together and not be taken advantage of. Mess with us. You didn't do anything wrong. Who would mess with us? Who could mess with us? The old madam snorted. How many times have I said that doing business has to be steady and steady? The reputation of the Hong Corporation has been built up for decades, has been destroyed by you. Young people, it's understandable that you want to reach the top in one step. But if you don't have a diamond in the rough, don't do it. I was wondering why the financial report had been losing money every year. So it was you playing tricks. Don't tell me you made an agreement with the battery seller to use our money to subsidize them and then split the profits. How could that be? You're pocketing your own money. The storm this time was completely caused by Director Gua. Does Director Gua have to take responsibility? Gua Huaning's face turned from white to red. She secretly gritted her teeth and couldn't help but say, "But everyone, I'm doing this for the sake of the company's overseas listing. I'm doing this to increase the profit forecast and the scale of the listing. All of you agreed to it. We agreed to the listing, not for you to cheat." The shareholders angrily rebuked her. Do you think we're old and don't know about a new product like the scooter? Do you think we don't know? Old Madam Hong's face darkened. She glared at Gua Huaning and slapped the table. All right, stop arguing. Director Gua, submit a report to the shareholders on this matter. Tell them what other shameful things you've done. Within a day, the accounting department will submit an evaluation report to the board of directors. See how much this storm has affected our company's finances. In addition, the technical department will also have to seal and inspect the existing batteries of the Hong Corporation. If I find out that you've really bought other people's batteries and engraved our Hong Corporation's logo on them, Gua Huaning, I won't have to sue you. I'll personally send you to court. This is today's third update, Chapter 1964, Steady and Steady. The October double monthly vote will be on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, those with guaranteed monthly votes, hurry up and vote. And recommendation votes. Today's third update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1976. Gua Huaning's expression didn't look good, but she could still hold on. She sat in the oval meeting room of the Hong Corporation and looked at the shareholders and board members of the Hong Corporation in front of her, trying her best to control her slightly trembling hands. Gua Huaning leaned back against the chair and supported her sweaty body. She forced herself to calm down and said, "Madam Hong, I still need to investigate this matter before I know what happened. Please don't be impatient, and don't put all the blame on me." "You don't know what happened?" The chubby middle-aged woman sitting next to Madam Hong screamed. "Don't forget, you were the one who pushed for the Hong Corporation to go public overseas. You convinced the board of directors to agree to your plan. It was also you. You tricked everyone into giving you the original shares. You don't admit that it's your responsibility now. When you got the shares, you didn't share your credit with everyone." This middle-aged woman was Hong Ziki's mother. Gua Huaning didn't dare to contradict her future mother-in-law in public, but she also didn't want to let her shoulder such an important responsibility alone. But when she tried to defend herself, she realized that she didn't have many words to defend herself. Old Madam Hong put on her presbyopic glasses and took out the report on how Gua Huaning convinced the board of directors to agree to the overseas listing a year ago. She flipped to the most critical pages and glanced at them. Then, she threw the document in front of Gua Huaning. "Director Gua, look at this yourself. How did you convince the board of directors a year ago? The board of directors only agreed to your suggestion because of this report. We used a loss-making method to build up the brand of the electric scooter, occupy market share, and realize the overseas listing before turning the losses into profits. It was also at that shareholders' meeting that you were elected as a member of the board of directors, in charge of the Hong Corporation's overseas listing." Madam Hong took off her presbyopic glasses and frowned at Gua Huaning. The electric scooter is a new thing. We old guys don't understand it, so we entrusted it to you. Plus, you were operating at a loss. Who would have thought that you would do something like this? Actually, not many of the major shareholders on the board of directors would look at the financial reports carefully, let alone know that the company would keep losing money. None of them cared about the financial reports. Besides, everyone was waiting to go public and sell their shares to make money. Who would care about the company's small dividends? Cold sweat broke out on Guo Huining's forehead. Back then, she had asked the board of directors for full authority so that it would be easier for her to play tricks. She didn't expect that now that something had happened, it would be her responsibility, but how did this matter get discovered by others? Guo Huining was nervous, but she could not figure it out. Guo Huining pursed her lips and bit her chin tightly. After a while, she said, "Madam is right, but according to the board of directors' share distribution, even if I have to take responsibility, it won't be the main responsibility. The ones who will take full responsibility for the shareholders are the major shareholders. At most, I'm just a small shareholder. At most, it's an administrative fault." In other words, it was impossible to send her to court. Old Madam Hong sneered, "So, you've prepared a move for yourself? Is it because you don't like us old fellows because we don't do anything and only take money? I don't dare." After all, Guo Huining was an expert in law for many years. She nodded slightly. "I just want to make it clear that we are all in the same boat. If something really happens to the Hong Corporation this time, it's useless for you to hand me over alone. Everyone here has to bear their own legal responsibility." "Really?" Old Madam Hong was not scared. "Director Guo is directly related to this matter. I propose to remove Guo Huining from the position of director of the legal department, expel her from the board of directors, and cancel all the original shares allocated to her. At the same time, the company's legal department will file a civil lawsuit against Guo Huining for compensation." Guo Huining's pupils suddenly shrank, and she cried out involuntarily, "Old Madam Hong! You can't do this. Ziki won't agree. I'm the largest shareholder of the company. I have the right to veto." Old Madam Hong twitched the corner of her mouth. "You reminded me. Your engagement with Ziki will be cancelled now." Guo Huining was so angry that her whole body trembled. She suddenly stood up from her seat and said angrily, "I don't agree. I don't agree. You can't remove me from my position like this. And you can't cancel the engagement just because you say so. I've done this. If you don't agree, go to court and sue me." Old Madam Hong did not want to talk to her anymore. "Someone, throw her out. Nothing in the company is allowed to be taken away. Her authority is revoked immediately. If she dares to step into any of the Hong Corporation's properties, call the police immediately." This meant that she had been given a restraining order. The company's security guards quickly rushed in and, one on each side, grabbed Guo Huining's arms and forcefully dragged her out of the conference room. Two female security guards pulled Guo Huining to the female restroom and searched her body. After confirming that she did not have anything related to the Hong Corporation on her, they let her out. She was escorted downstairs by a few people from the staff elevator, and she was almost pushed out of the Hong Corporation's headquarters building. The employees who were coming and going did not know what had happened. A few of them even ran up to her and asked fawningly, "Director Guo, what happened? Do you need my help?" The female security guard at the side shouted angrily, "What Director Guo? She has already been fired by the chairman." The employee was startled and immediately ran away. Guo Huining broke free from the female security guard's hand and said with a sullen face, "Don't touch me. If you touch me again, I'll call the police." The female security guard unwillingly let go of her hand and shook her fist at her. "What are you so smug about? Hurry up and get lost. Remember this, don't step into any of the Hong Corporation's businesses in the future." Gua Huaining raised her head and sneered. Do you think I care? You should also remember this well. When that group of people invites me back, you should pack up your things and get ready to get lost. Gua Huaining had been in the Hong Corporation for more than 10 years, and the connections she had accumulated and the achievements she had made were all real. It was only this time that she had taken a shortcut in her eagerness to go public that she ended up with such an ending. It was not that she did not regret it. But in front of these lower-level employees, she would not say a single word, and she had to maintain her composure. She glared at the Hong Corporation's headquarters building fiercely, then turned around and walked to the parking lot. She took out her phone and dialed Hong Ziki's number. Ziki. Hong Ziki had just received a call from his old madam, saying that his engagement with Gua Huaining had been cancelled. Hong Ziki was shocked, but before he could ask for details, old Madam Hong had already hung up. Hong Ziki was in a hurry to call his mother when he realized that Gua Huaining's call had come in. He hurriedly picked it up and asked, Huaining, what exactly happened? Why did old Madam say that our wedding banquet was cancelled? Ziki. Gua Huaining heard this, and the tears that she had been holding back immediately flowed down. Ziki, listen to me, I was framed. What exactly happened? Hong Ziki was very worried about her. Where are you? I'll come and pick you up. Seeing that Hong Ziki was still loyal to her, Gua Huaining's mood became much better. It did not matter if she lost other things, but as long as Hong Ziki's heart was still with her, she would have a day to make a comeback. I'm in the parking lot of the Hong Corporation's headquarters. Gua Huaining's voice was very weak. I'm not feeling well now, I can't drive. Don't worry, I'll come and pick you up now. Hong Ziki immediately took the car key and went out the door. He and Gua Huaining had lived together for 4 to 5 years, and the Hong family had bought the house for him. Originally, they had wanted to renovate it and use it as a wedding house, but Gua Huaining kept saying that they would move back to the Hong family's mansion after they got married. This small house could be used as a place for them to occasionally go out and spend time together. Hong Ziki agreed, but before they got married, Gua Huaining could not live in the Hong family's mansion, so the two of them lived together here. He got into his car and had just started it when he heard his earphone ring. He picked up the call and saw that it was from Xue Jingjiang. He immediately asked, Young Master Xue, why are you calling me? Xue Jingjiang heard his normal tone and sighed. Young Master Hong, you haven't been online recently, have you? Why would I be online? Hong Ziki said with a grin. Is it because the games aren't fun, or the girls in the bars aren't pretty enough? Why would I spend my free time online? That's something only a penniless loser would do. Pfft. Xue Jingjiang scolded him. Nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth. Your brother, I, like to go online. Don't like to play games. Don't like to go to bars to pick up girls. I knew you didn't have to do this. Hong Ziki drove into the heavy traffic of the imperial capital and said proudly, You're so handsome, and your family is rich and powerful, but you're an otaku who likes to surf the internet. Let me tell you, the difference between us rich men and poor men is that they only know how to support internet celebrities, but we're the ones who play with internet celebrities. Xue Jingjiang almost smashed his phone, but when he saw the headlines, he suppressed his anger and said, You don't go online, so you don't know what happened to the Hong Corporation, right? Also, you broke off your engagement with Gua Huaining. She was fired by the Hong Corporation. Hong Ziki's expression changed. Fired? How did you know? What happened to the Hong Corporation? That's what you get for not going online. That's what you get for being an internet celebrity. Xue Jingjiang glanced at his phone in disdain. Your electric car is in trouble. The electric car manufacturer, Fu, that you infringed on, has already submitted a complaint to the court. Hong Ziki instantly understood. The Hong Corporation's electric car project was single-handedly operated by Gua Huaining. No wonder the elder master had personally called to tell him that he had broken off his engagement with Guo Huining. No wonder Guo Huining's tone was so strange just now. Hong Ziki hurriedly stopped his car by the roadside and took out his phone to search for the news. It immediately led to Weibo. 8 of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were related to the Hong Corporation and Guo Huining. Especially the decision made by the Hong Corporation's board of directors to fire Guo Huining. It was already trending. And the news of Hong Ziki and Guo Huining breaking off their engagement was also trending under the hashtag husband and wife are birds in the same forest, they fly apart when disaster strikes hashtag. Such a big thing actually happened. Hong Ziki slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped towards the Hong Corporation's headquarters. After parking the car in the parking lot, he rushed into the elevator without even looking at Guo Huining, who was standing at the side, and went up to the oval meeting room on the top floor. Guo Huining watched Hong Ziki's back view as he left without a care in the world, and her heart sank to the bottom. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1965, A Sharp Turn. The October double monthly vote will be on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends who have guaranteed monthly votes, hurry up and vote. And recommendation votes. Today is the second update, 8 p.m. on the second update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1977. When he arrived at the Oval Conference Room on the top floor of the Hong Corporation headquarters, the board of directors was still in session. Hong Ziki pushed open the door of the conference room, and everyone in the conference room turned to look at him. What's going on? Hong Ziki walked over in surprise. Is it really Huining's problem? Old Madame Hong saw that it was her favorite great-grandson who came in and waved at him. Ziki, come over here. Hong Ziki hurriedly walked over. Old Madam, I saw the news on the internet. It seems that the matter is very serious. It's not seems, it's very serious. Old Madam Hong sighed. Did you see Guo Huining when you came? Hong Ziki was surprised. I saw her, but I didn't talk to her. I want to know what's going on from you first. He turned to look at his mother. Mom, do you know? Hong Ziki's father had not returned from abroad, and Hong Ziki's mother was unhappy. She said, Guo Huining is the one who knows the most about this matter. Does she think she can hide what she did from everyone? She bought someone else's patented battery and used it on her electric scooter, selling it as a cheap product. She's so capable. She's fooling us like monkeys. Hong Ziki's mother was indignant. Hong Ziki's own talent was average, so he did not hold an important position in the Hong Corporation. Old Madame Hong only let him take care of the non-core businesses of the Hong Corporation. Car manufacturing was the core business of the Hong Corporation, and Hong Ziki had never interfered. Now, he had started to manufacture electric cars, and in just 1 year, he had made a name for himself in the Hong Corporation. Guo Huining's talent was obvious to all, and she was given a lot of shares and was recognized by the Hong family. Almost everyone was talking about the wedding date of him and Guo Huining. Hong Ziki's mother saw that her son looked very uncomfortable, so she hardened her heart and said, Ziki, I know that you and Guo Huining have been together for many years, and we didn't mean to make things difficult for her. But this matter was indeed her doing. It's also our fault for not understanding electric scooters and letting her take advantage of the loophole. Although Hong Ziki was shocked, he could still say something fair. He said uncomfortably, although Huining is at fault, the company can't do this to her. She did this for the company, right? Didn't all of you agree when you heard that you could get listed overseas? If the overseas listing is successful, each and every one of your assets will increase tenfold or even hundredfold. Hong Ziki was telling the truth, and everyone present was a little embarrassed. Old Madame Hong said with a straight face, Ziki, are you blaming us? I'm not blaming you. Hong Ziki wiped his face and said with a bitter smile, I just hope that everyone can talk nicely and not kick Huining out all of a sudden. Breaking off the engagement. Do you really want me to break off the engagement with Huining at this juncture? What will people think of us? He had been with Huining for so many years, and he still had feelings for her. He had long recognized Huining as his wife, but the old ancestor didn't agree, so the two of them couldn't get married. If the overseas listing was successful, he and Huining would get married. Hong Ziki's heart was indeed not bad. It was also because of this that old Madame Hong doted on him more than her other grandchildren and great-grandchildren. However, although he had a good heart, he didn't have any talent, and he was also indecisive. Each of these points couldn't allow him to have a foothold in the ever-changing, warlike business world. Old Madame Hong waved her hand to let the people in the meeting room leave, leaving Hong Ziki alone. She said to him earnestly, "Ziki, great-grandmother knows that you still can't let go of Huining. But think about it, if we don't do anything, our Hong Corporation will be finished. But this won't be her fault alone." Hong Ziki raised his head and said very discontentedly, "I'm not ignorant of anything. Even if she did this and you didn't know about it, you still connived with her. She is fully responsible. Do you think she will be happy that we are going to criticize her?" Old Madame Hong sighed, "Yes, we are at fault. When we heard that we could get listed overseas, we were all excited and let her do it. We didn't carry out the necessary internal control and checks. In the end, it was because they all wanted to get listed overseas and were blinded by the beautiful money." Hong Ziki himself used to be one of the people who was full of longing to get listed overseas, but he was still relatively young. He was still a little unaccustomed to this kind of naked struggle for survival. "I won't express my opinion on the company's affairs, but I have the final say on my engagement with her." Hong Ziki gritted his teeth and said unyieldingly, "Even if I want to break off the engagement, I can't do it now. I can't let others say that I'm a selfish scumbag who used Huining." The words on the internet were so unpleasant that Hong Ziki's face turned pale when he thought about it. Old Madame Hong patted his hand with distress. "Ziki, those people are just saying. Don't take it to heart. At present, Huining's matter has become too big. The other car company has already filed a lawsuit with the court, asking for investigation and compensation. You are still engaged to her. Do you want to bear civil liability together?" Hong Ziki flinched for a moment, but in the end, he still said, "She and I are just engaged. We don't need to bear civil liability together. Only a husband and wife could bear civil liability together." Old Madame Hong looked at him and smiled. "Ziki, you even know the law. It seems that you didn't spend so many years with Huining for nothing." Hong Ziki smiled bitterly. "Then I'll go back and tell Huining that we're still engaged." Elder Madame's words were just said in a moment of anger. "It'll be over in a few days." Old Madame Hong thought that this was not a bad idea. At least it could temporarily stabilize Huining. They were such a big company. Besides electric scooters, they had many other industries. If Huining was forced into a corner and spilled the beans about their company, it would be troublesome. Therefore, she shook Hong Ziki's hand and said kindly, "All right, since you're pleading with her like this, I'll pretend that I don't know anything. After this matter is over, we'll talk about your engagement." "Thank you, Elder Madam." Hong Ziki was in a better mood. "Let me help you out." After he helped old Madame Hong out of the conference room, he began to call Huining. However, Huining's phone line was busy. At this time, Huining was on the phone with Do Ian. "Do Ian, how did people find out about this? You didn't set me up on purpose, did you?" Huining was so angry that she couldn't help but curse angrily. Do Ian was confused as well. How did people find out about such a secretive thing? "Huining, don't be angry. We're in the middle of a meeting." Do Ian held the phone in her hand as she walked along the corridor. Actually, as an intern, she wasn't qualified to participate in such a high-ranking meeting. What's the point of having a meeting now? Guo Huining sat in her car and was so angry that she wanted to kick someone. There's definitely no problem on my side. I bought the batteries from a third party. This third party was provided by you. It was impossible for the home corporation to directly buy the high-efficiency batteries for the electric motor from the battery manufacturer that supplied the raft. It would be too conspicuous and too easy for people to find out and choke them. Therefore, they bought the batteries from a third party. This third party was a fake company that Do Ian suggested to set up. It was actually the address of a receiving station. Do Ian hurriedly said, "Our third party is absolutely safe." Also, this third party didn't order directly from the battery manufacturer. We looked for the owners of the electric scooters that bought the raft, and asked them to buy the batteries. Then, we bought their new batteries and old batteries. As a consumer of electric scooters, it was common for them to replace the batteries. The home corporation's electric scooters were just starting out, and their numbers were not as high as the raft. However, the growth rate was very high. Therefore, the raft manufacturer did not even notice anything fishy about it. As long as the home corporation was listed overseas, Guo Huining could negotiate for better patents and there wouldn't be as much resistance to raising the price. Unfortunately, their plan was abruptly foiled just before they were about to be listed successfully. Then how did they find out? Guo Huining scrolled through her phone and looked at the summary online. Her gaze fell on the first open letter to the raft electric scooter manufacturer. This open letter pointed directly at the battery problem of the home corporation's electric scooters. This is the second update for today, Chapter 1966, How did they find out? October double monthly votes will be on the 7th day of the month. Dear friends, if you have a guaranteed monthly vote, hurry up and vote. And recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1978. Guo Huining swiped on her phone and finished reading the open letter. She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The open letter was full of data and the argument was brief and powerful. It pointed out the huge difference between price and performance, and almost logically deduced the battery problem. But with Guo Huining's years of experience as a lawyer and the ups and downs of the business world, this open letter was definitely not written by an outsider, because the data was too professional, so professional that Guo Huining didn't believe it was written by an outsider. Guo Huining's face darkened. She picked up her phone and said to Do Ian, "I know. Someone in our company is deliberately messing with me." Then she hung up on Do Ian and dialed old Madam Hong's number. The people around old Madam Hong didn't want to pass Guo Huining a message, but Guo Huining said firmly on the phone, "I have evidence to prove that this incident didn't happen by accident. Someone in our company is behind this. This person harmed the interests of the entire company and the major shareholders for his own benefit. He is the culprit." The person heard Guo Huining's words and said that she had evidence. In addition, she also had some options of the home corporation. Of course, she wanted the home corporation to be well and didn't want it to be destroyed because of this incident. So she softened her tone and said, "I'll go talk to old madam." "Please wait a moment, Miss Guo." The person put down the phone and came to old Madam Hong's side. She bent down and whispered what Guo Huining had just said in her ear. In the end, she said, "Miss Guo must have done something wrong in this incident. But if this is really done by someone in our company who betrayed the interests of the entire company, shouldn't we find this person? How can we achieve great things in the future if we keep such a traitor?" Old Madam Hong's eyelids twitched. She hugged the snow-white Persian cat in her arms and thought for a while. Then she said, "Huining said she has evidence. Proof that it was done by someone inside." "Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to disturb you." The person quietly pointed to the landline in the room. Old Madam Hong nodded slowly. Then let Huining go back to the mansion. She had previously said at the board meeting that Guo Huining wasn't allowed to step into the territory of the Hong Corporation. Now that Guo Huining hadn't been cleared of suspicion, old Madam Hong wouldn't slap her in the face. Guo Huining got the reply. Just as she was about to start driving, she heard someone knock on the window. It was Hong Ziki. Guo Huining was furious when she saw him. She lowered the window with a straight face and said, "What are you doing here? We are no longer engaged." Old ancestors said those words out of anger. How can an engagement be annulled so easily? Hong Ziki comforted her. Where are you going now? Let's go home and think about it. Seeing that Hong Ziki was different from the rest of the Hong family, Guo Huining secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least her efforts over the years had not been in vain. Hong Ziki was not a heartless person, however, she still kept a straight face and said without looking at Hong Ziki, "The old madam wants me to go to the Hong family's mansion. There are some things we need to discuss." You want to go back to the mansion? Hong Ziki was a little surprised. Did the ancestor ask you to go back? Guo Huining nodded. I'm leaving. Get out of my way. Hong Ziki took a step back and watched as Guo Huining drove her little red sports car into the distance with a howl. He thought about it, returned to his car, and drove back to the Hong family's mansion. Guo Huining had already shown the evidence to old Madam Hong in her room. When Hong Ziki came in, an open letter was displayed on the widescreen laptop in old Madam Hong's room. Guo Huining also took out some other documents and showed them to old Madam Hong. She said, "Look, this is the battery data in this open letter. This is the test data from our company's internal technical department. The two sets of data are almost identical. If it's not a mole, who would have the ability to get this data? And why would an outsider think of testing our battery data?" Old Madam Hong looked at the two sets of data and finally believed Guo Huining's words. Could it be that there is a mole? It's not that there is a mole. Guo Huining was very sure. I admit that my methods are not considered open and above board, but they are not completely illegal either. They are just in the gray area. Old Madam, you've been doing business for so many years. Can you honestly say that every business you've done is above board and flawless? Old Madam Hong chuckled. What are you saying? Every business that our Hong conglomerate does is really open and above board. Guo Huining also chuckled. Really? What about bribery? Is that considered open and above board? Old Madam Hong's face darkened. What bribery? Guo Huining, you need evidence to speak. You slandered our company like this. No wonder you would do such a thing. I did this for the benefit of the company, not to fill my own pockets. Guo Huining didn't understand why old Madam Hong disliked her. She clearly did it for the good of the company. Why did old Madam Hong keep harping on such a small matter? Seeing this, Hong Ziki hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Huining, how can you be so impolite when talking to the old madam? Apologize to the old madam immediately. Guo Huining came back to her senses and obediently poured a cup of tea for old Madam Hong. Old madam, I was too impatient. Even if you deprive me of my position in the Hong Corporation, I am still his fiancée. I have to think about the interests of the Hong family. There is a mole in the Hong Corporation. If you don't investigate it thoroughly, there will be more such things in the future. Not to mention the overseas listing, even our own business will be suppressed. Old Madam Hong wasn't frightened by Guo Huining's words. She lightly said, we will investigate this matter. But before we find out the truth, we will not suspect any internal employees. Until there is evidence to prove that there is a mole. Guo Huining twitched the corner of her mouth. You still remember the presumption of innocence. Old Madam used to be a graduate of the Faculty of Law of Yen University. How can I not understand? Hong Ziki rolled his eyes at Gua Huaining. He used to think that Gua Huaining didn't know how to talk, but now he found that she was really easy to offend people. Gua Huaining shut her mouth and stood beside Hong Ziki. She was very depressed. Old Madam Hong pointed to her laptop and said, "Okay, I will ask someone to investigate this matter. Huaining, you go back first. Temporarily suspend your work for the next few days. After the matter is investigated, if there is really a mole, I will give you an explanation." Gua Huaining nodded. "Thank you, old madam, for understanding my difficulties. But I still hope that this matter can be handled properly by the group. We are already on the eve of the listing. I hope that all our previous efforts will not be wasted." Old Madam Hong turned off her laptop and said disapprovingly, "Since something like this happened, we won't be listed for the time being. Otherwise, we will be taken advantage of by others." Gua Huaining curled her lips disapprovingly and walked out of the Hong family's mansion with Hong Ziki. Hong Ziki asked her to sit in his car and go back together. Gua Huaining lazily got into the car and held her head in her hands without saying a word. Hong Ziki glanced at her. As he drove, he advised her, "Huaining, you need to change your temper. I know that you have worked very hard. You do everything by yourself and put in your heart and soul for the Hong Corporation. But you can't think that you are better than others just because you have put in so much effort. When talking to others, whether they are shareholders or ordinary employees, don't be too aggressive. Giving face to others is also giving face to yourself." Gua Huaining sneered. "Is young Master Hong lecturing me now? Believe me, I've read more books than you've eaten. My ability is the last thing you need to question." As she spoke, she closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She looked like she didn't want to say more. This kind of arrogance was never seen before. Hong Ziki was also angry when he saw this. He didn't say anything else and silently put on his Bluetooth headset to continue driving. Not long after, Gua Huaining's phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was Do Ian's number. She immediately swiped it to answer. "Ian, what is it?" Do Ian smiled and said, "I just remembered that it's going to be your treat soon. Have you spoken to the Hua family? Will Hua Xiao and Gu Nianji be there?" Gua Huaining's eyes flew open. She had almost forgotten, she was not allowed to get close to any of the Hong Corporation's properties. How was she going to treat people at the Hong Corporation's hotel? This was very awkward. She would be kicked out before she could even get in. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1967, This is very awkward. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes for October. There would be no more double at the end of the month. Dear friends, if you have monthly votes, hurry up and vote. And recommendation votes. Today was the second update, and the second update was at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Helen 3500 Meatballs, thank you to Kikikiko, thank you to Yizhuan Xiaoxi, thank you to Shuyu 201809110553577719 for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Thank you to the leader of I Am Master Rashi for the 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1979. What should she do? Gua Huaining's gaze naturally fell on Hong Ziki, who was sitting next to her. Oh right, Hong Ziki was in charge of the Hong Corporation's hotel. As long as Hong Ziki still recognized her, she could enter, right? Gua Huaining's eyes flashed as she hung up. Her tone softened as she said to Hong Ziki, "Ziki, I want to treat everyone at the Hong Corporation's hotel. I booked it a few days ago. I want to invite General Hua, Grandfather Hua, Major General Hua, and his fiancée, Miss Gu." Hong Ziki was driving when he remembered the unpleasant scene with Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaohing that day. He quickly said, "You should treat them to a meal." Everyone should talk nicely. You should apologize and let them cool down. Gua Huaining was a bit unhappy. If they were happy, then she would be unhappy, but now she was under someone else's roof. Apologizing to Gu Nianji was a small matter. She wanted to use her relationship with General Hua to return to the Hong family. Last time she listened to Do Ain's words and saved grandfather Hua. It was a stroke of luck. Good things come to good people. Gua Huaining gradually cheered up and nodded. Yes, but you have to do me a favor. What favor? Tell me. Hong Ziki laughed. I'm still your fiancé. You don't have to be so polite. TSK, just now you told me not to be so overbearing. Now you're telling me not to be polite. You're the god, you're the ghost, you're the only one who's reasonable, right? Hong Ziki was annoyed. Gua Huaining didn't understand what he meant. He smirked. Huaining, being overbearing and not being polite are two different things. I could tell a long time ago that you have a problem with your attitude towards people. You either put yourself too low or think too highly of yourself. You're too extreme. You're on your own. Gua Huaining was furious. Hong Ziki was an ignorant playboy. What right did he have to criticize her for her way of doing things? She came from an ordinary background. Before she climbed up the social ladder, if she didn't bow and scrape to those people, would they even care about her? Didn't she get to know Hong Ziki because of her superior attentiveness? Now he said she didn't know how to do things. Didn't she want to be on equal footing with those people? It was easy for her to say that. But now she was still hoping that Hong Ziki would let her go to the Hong Corporation's hotel or she would lose face in front of Do Ain. She hadn't actually sent out the invitation yet. She could change the venue now. There were so many places to treat people to meals in the capital, and the Hong Corporation's hotel wasn't the only place. But because she had boasted in front of Do Ain and wanted to use this opportunity to make Hong Ziki swallow her words and humiliate her, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and insist on staying at the Hong Hotel. She even had to coax Hong Ziki into agreeing. Gua Huaining was annoyed just thinking about it, but in order to see Gu Nianji's swollen face, she felt that it was worth it even if she had to suffer in front of Hong Ziki and the Hong family. The hierarchy in this world was so clear that she sometimes felt tired. She sometimes felt was so to be so to. But this time, you must help me. Gua Huaining pouted and begged, I've already told people, General Hua, Major General Hua, and Grandfather Hua, they're all people of high status. I can't just change the place on the spot, can I? It's not like you don't know those people care about their reputation the most. If we change the place we eat, people will think that we're not respecting them. Look, it wasn't easy for me to find someone to cure old Master Hua. It's a good opportunity to build a relationship with them. It would be a pity if all my efforts go to waste. Hong Ziki remembered that Hu Xiaoheng had blocked his number and wanted to apologize to him, so he quickly said, I know, of course I can't change the location. But what does this have to do with my help? Of course. Gua Huaining blushed. It's like this. I told them that the place was the Hong Conglomerate's hotel, but Old Master said that I'm not allowed to step into the Hong Conglomerate. Hong Ziki was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and said, Did Elder Ancestor really say that? Gua Huaining nodded. In the oval conference room on the top floor of the headquarters, in front of the board members. In that case. Hong Ziki thought for a moment. I'll call the old ancestor. He dialed old Madame Hong's number and quickly said, Elder Ancestor, I have something to tell you. Huaining wants to invite General Hu Guanqin and Major General Hu Xiaoheng to our hotel, as well as their grandfather, as well as Major General Hu Xiaoheng's fiancée, Miss Gu. Do you think you can make an exception for me? Old Madame Hong frowned. Gua Huaining wants to invite the Hu family to dinner. Why? Why must it be at our home conglomerate's hotel? She was actually not very familiar with the Hua family because she was old, and the Hua family's power was mainly in the military. The senior officials of the empire that old Madame Hong paid attention to were all cabinet and business leaders, not the Hua family. Hong Ziki quickly explained, General Hua Guanqin is the director of the military's political department, and Major General Hua Xiaoheng is even more powerful. I can't tell you the details, but Huaining offended Miss Gu last time, so this time she wants to invite her to dinner to apologize in person. Gua Huaining offended Miss Gu. Old Madame Hong's almost cloudy eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. When did this happen? The Miss Gu you're talking about is Major General Hua Xiaoheng's fiancée. Yes, don't you remember? Their engagement ceremony was broadcasted live on TV. It was hosted by Russian President Vladimir Putin. Hong Ziki avoided the topic and changed the topic with a smile. You also praised Miss Gu for being delicate and beautiful, old Madame Hong suddenly remembered. This Miss Gu is called Gu Nianji. And she's a lawyer. Yes, yes. You know her. Hong Ziki was even happier. Why don't you come on the day of the dinner? Old Madame Hong's frown deepened. She was keenly aware that something was wrong. Although she was not familiar with the Hua family, she was very familiar with the power structure of the upper echelons of the empire. Then when did Gua Huaining offend Miss Gu? What did she do to offend her? Old Madame Hong was not so easy to fool, so she persistently asked. Hong Ziki hesitated a few times, but couldn't resist old Madame Hong's sharpness. In the end, he confessed everything. That's it. It's actually not a big deal. It's just for a reserved seat. Old Madame Hong was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Just for a seat. Ziki, do you really think she thinks the same way? Did Gua Huaining ask you to make this call? I told her not to enter the Hong Corporation, so she asked you for help. I really can't hide anything from you, old lady. Hong Ziki smiled mischievously. Dear old lady, dear old lady. Just promise me this once. This time is really important. He accidentally blurted out. Hua Xiao already blocked my number. I still have to ask Xue Jingjiang to help. Xue Jingjiang. He's very close to Major General Hua. Old Madame Hong stood up, her hand trembling as she held her walking stick. She knew Xue Jingjiang. He was the favorite of the two elders of the Xue family. Yes, Hua Xiao is Xue Jingjiang's childhood friend. They've known each other since they were young. And Xue Jingjiang has always listened to Hua Xiao and followed his lead. Old Madame Hong's heart sank. The Xue family had a much deeper foundation than the Hong family, and Hua Xiaoheng was Xue Jingjiang's childhood friend. Moreover, Xue Jingjiang followed his lead. That was no ordinary background. This is today's second update, Chapter 1968, No Ordinary Background. Today is the last day of the double monthly votes for October. There won't be any more double at the end of the month. Dear friends, if you have monthly votes, hurry up and vote. There are also recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, only reading makes people happy in life, for your 50,000 Qidian coins today. Thank you, Beth1211, for your 100,000 Qidian coins today. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1980. Old Madame Hong immediately asked, Ziki, where are you now? Gua Huaining. Is she with you? It had to be Gua Huaining for Hong Ziki to call and plead for her. Hong Ziki thought old Madame Hong had agreed and giggled. Ancestor, Huaining is with me, you two go back to the mansion immediately. I have something to ask you. Old Madame Hong put down the phone and rubbed her temples. She felt her head throbbing with pain. No wonder the situation was so strange this time. Someone must have gotten into trouble and didn't know it. She wanted to find out what was going on. While waiting for Hong Ziki and Guo Huining to return, she sent someone to the Hong Group Hotel to get the surveillance footage from that day. Hong Ziki told Guo Huining about old Madame Hong's words. Guo Huining was delighted and smiled. So Ancestor isn't angry with me anymore. Can I go to the Hong Corporation? Hong Ziki turned the steering wheel and smiled. I'll ask Ancestor again when I see her. It'll be fine. Didn't she let you go back to the Hong family? Guo Huining breathed a sigh of relief. She was quite relieved that Hong Ziki hadn't broken up with her at that time. She hadn't wasted her youth on this stupid man in vain. Guo Huining smiled and returned to the Hong family's mansion with Hong Ziki. This time, old Madame Hong was sitting in her study and waiting for them to come in. Before Hong Ziki and Guo Huining came in, old Madame Hong had already obtained the surveillance footage of Guo Huining arguing with Gu Nianji that day. Unfortunately, there was no sound in the video, only the image. But even from the image, old Madame Hong could tell that Gu Nianji's group had gone there first. They had already ordered food and eaten for a while before Guo Huining sent someone to greet them. First was the waiter in the red vest, then Guo Huining herself. There was also a girl who looked somewhat familiar. Old Madame Hong squinted and put on her reading glasses for a long time before she barely recognized her as the youngest daughter of the Dou family. Old Madame Hong had paid close attention to the two daughters of the former Prime Minister Dou's family. Because of Dou Qingyan, old Madame Hong had planned to introduce her to her great-grandson, Hong Ziki. The two of them were about the same age, and Hong Ziki got along well with Xue Jingjiang. Xue Jingjiang and Dou Qingyan were also childhood friends. Relying on this relationship, old Madame Hong wanted them to be childhood sweethearts. However, Dou Qingyan soon joined the army and disappeared from the circle of the imperial capital's rich and powerful second generation. Guo Huining began to hang out with Hong Ziki, so Dou Qingyan didn't say anything more. When Dou Qingyan reappeared a few years later, she was embroiled in a huge storm. Even Prime Minister Dou was implicated. Old Madame Hong shook her head as she thought of the past and looked at Dou Aiyan, who was so close to Guo Huining that she wished she could wear the same pants. She had never liked someone like Guo Huining, so she had never agreed to let her in. After waiting in the study for a while, Guo Huining finally came in with Hong Ziki. Old Madame Hong leaned against the chair, raised her hand and said, "Close the door." Hong Ziki hurriedly pulled back his hand and closed the door. He smiled and sat in front of old Madame Hong. Madame Hong quietly turned off the computer screen and said to Guo Huining, "You sit down too." Guo Huining's smile became a bit more smug. She sat down properly and said with a smile, "Old Madame Hong, does this mean you agree?" Old Madame Hong looked at her calmly and said, "Ziki just told me what happened that day. I want to hear from you now." Guo Huining didn't mind and recounted the events of that day. She told the same story as Hong Ziki, but there were some details that Hong Ziki didn't know. Old Madame Hong listened attentively. As she listened, she compared it with the surveillance video she had seen. Seeing that it was about right, she nodded and said, "I understand, Huining. The unexpected disaster of the Hong Corporation this time was indeed caused by you." Guo Huining didn't have time to hide the smile on her face. It was like she had been slapped hard in the face. Her expression was almost distorted. "Old Madam, what are you saying? How could it be them?" She couldn't believe it and clenched her fists. "That's impossible, right? You're saying that Gu Nianji did all this? How could she be so capable? I showed you that open letter and compared it. The data is definitely not something that a liberal arts student who relied on the Huo family's power could put together." Guo Huining flatly denied it. Old Madame Hong leaned forward expressionlessly. "You still think there's a mole?" "Definitely." Guo Huining answered without hesitation. "Huining, you have to know that if a powerful family like the Huo family wanted to mess with us, they wouldn't have to do it themselves. There would naturally be countless capable people who would step in. Old Madam Hong looked at Guo Huaining almost sympathetically. Do you think the whole family needs to personally fight with you? It's really her. Guo Huaining's expression changed drastically. She stood up abruptly and said agitatedly, "That's impossible. She's only engaged to Major General Hua. She's not even married. She can't even be considered a member of the Hua family. Why would the Hua family use so much manpower and resources to help her get back at them?" Old Madam Hong sneered and shook her head. "Guo Huaining, you still don't know what you've done wrong." Guo Huaining saw Old Madam Hong's confident expression, and her heart suddenly sank. She felt dizzy and weightless as if she had stepped on air. She fell back into her chair and muttered, "Impossible. This is impossible. How could she be so petty? It's just a reserved seat, and she can make me lose everything." Guo Huaining's eyes turned red. "Do I deserve to be bullied by her?" Old Madam Hong saw that she still hadn't turned around, so she tapped her fingers on the desk a few times and said, "You also know that it was just for a reserved seat. Then why didn't you restrain yourself at that time? You were overbearing and didn't give others face. You bullied them in front of so many people to give up their seats for you. Were you very narrow-minded? Did you think of the consequences when you did things? But that was just a reserved seat." Guo Huaining was still very unwilling. "And I did it for the benefit of the Hong Corporation. At that time, my friends in the investment bank wanted to sit in that seat. As a member of the Hong Corporation, what's wrong with helping them achieve their wishes?" *T. Old Madam Hong finally couldn't help but curse. "Why do you have to support these people in the investment bank? Have you forgotten that we're their clients? Not them, we're our clients. They should be the ones begging us to let them do business. Not us begging them." Although Old Madam Hong didn't know much about the specific operation of going public, she had the common sense of the business world. She knew who was the client and who was the supplier. Besides, you're just having a lunch meeting. You can sit anywhere. You can have a meeting anywhere. Hong Ziki saw that Guo Huaining was crying and couldn't bear to see her cry. He quickly said, "Old Madam, you can't completely blame Huaining. It's all Do Ain's fault. Then she's even more wrong." Old Madam Hong slammed the table. "How old is Do Ain? How old is Guo Huaining?" She was provoked by a person so much younger than her, and she really jumped into the pit dug by her. Is she shameless? Actually, don't blame others for sowing discord. Mouths belong to others. Can you stop others from speaking? But it's up to you whether you listen or not. Didn't Do Ain succeed in sowing discord because Guo Huaining looked down on Miss Gu from the bottom of her heart? Old Madam Hong was old and had a clear understanding of the ways of the world. Hong Ziki was shocked and hurriedly said, "That's not possible. Why would Guo Huaining look down on Miss Gu? Ask her yourself." Old Madam Hong pointed at Guo Huaining. Guo Huaining's eyes avoided Old Madam Hong's and she didn't dare look into Old Madam Hong's eyes. Old Madam Hong snorted coldly. "If you didn't look down on Miss Gu from the bottom of your heart, why would you chase her away even though you knew she was Major General Hua's fiancée? I'm telling you, even the street vendors wouldn't be as blind as you. You think you're the same kind of person as Miss Gu, so you want to compete with her. Do you think I can't tell?" Old Madam Hong hated Guo Huaining to the core. She was determined not to give her any chance or give her any face. "I didn't." Guo Huaining could only weakly refute, but she didn't sound as righteous. "You didn't." Old Madam Hong pursed her lips. "Do you think Miss Gu is like you, a graduate of B University's law faculty? Is she also like you, a child from a normal family? But she can get engaged to someone at Major General Hua's level, and the wedding date has already been set for next year. And you can only suffer and get engaged to Ziki, who even you look down on. You've been engaged for so many years, but the wedding date is still so far away. Aren't you very indignant? Gua Huining's face paled. She didn't expect the shrewd old Madame Hong to clearly see through her little thoughts. Do you really think you achieved what you have today by yourself? Without our Hong group backing you up, you don't even know how many people you've offended. Old Madame Hong glared at Hong Ziki in exasperation. Ziki, think carefully. If you insist on being with this woman, you will leave the Hong family. From now on, you will have nothing to do with the Hong family. I will immediately remove your name from the will. Hong Ziki froze for a moment and immediately said, Old madam, you can't threaten me like this. He held Gua Huining's hand and said agitatedly, Huining has never been with me for our family's money or status. Gua Huining's feelings were extremely complicated, but she didn't want Hong Ziki to leave the Hong family. The Hong family was much more attractive to her than Hong Ziki himself. If Hong Ziki left the Hong family, what would he be? Gua Huining slowly freed her hand from Hong Ziki's and stood up. Young Master Hong, you don't have to fall out with old Madame Hong like this. I'll leave. You don't have to leave the Hong family. With that, she turned around and left the Hong family's mansion resolutely. Old Madame Hong glanced at the stunned Hong Ziki and picked up the phone to say to her assistant, Find me Miss Gu's number and help me make an appointment. I want to personally treat her to dinner and apologize to her. And Major General Hua Xiaoheng, General Hua Guanchen, and his father, Grandfather Hua. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1969, No Sense. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were very important. Today was the third update, the second update was at 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8 in the evening. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1981. Hong Ziki came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Huining helped find a very good doctor to wake up Mr. Hua in a vegetative state. You already know that, right? Old Madame Hong nodded and glared at him. I know, but I just found out. After that, she reprimanded Hong Ziki. Why didn't you tell me earlier? What if he didn't wake up? What would you have done? What a bunch of ignorant and fearless idiots. Hong Ziki was used to being scolded by old Madame Hong, so he didn't think much of it. He even wanted to speak up for Gua Huining. Old madam, look at this matter. Huining didn't make any contributions, but she did work hard. Can't you let her go? All these years, she has done so much for our Hong family. No. Old Madame Hong's face turned serious. She made such a big mess for our company. Not to mention going public, it's even possible for us to liquidate. Why are you still so stubborn? Liquidate. Hong Ziki was really shocked this time. Isn't it that serious? Isn't it just some batteries? Can't we pay for it? Pay? Do you know how much it will cost? Old Madame Hong glared at him. I've already hired the best lawyer in the capital to negotiate an out-of-court settlement with the other company. Do you know what an out-of-court settlement means? It means to stretch out your neck to be slaughtered by the other party. Hong Ziki subconsciously touched his neck. His face was pale as he murmured. Will we pay a lot of money? What do you think? Although I don't know much about electric scooters, I know that the battery of the electric scooter is definitely the key. Old Madame Hong knew more about the traditional automobile industry. The electric scooter was purely a gimmick to sell it overseas at a good price. It was commonly known as a concept stock. Unfortunately, the concept wasn't played well and was replaced with a phantom. Then what can we do? What can we do? Old Madame Hong sighed. If the other party demands an exorbitant price, then we can only continue the lawsuit. The worst outcome is to liquidate and close down. There were faint tears in her eyes. Our Hong group started from your great-grandfather and I repairing people's cars on the side of the road. Do you think we relied on luck to develop into the big enterprise we are now? That's the result of our family's hardships and hardships. When Hong Ziki was born, he was already the fourth generation of the Hong family, so he couldn't empathize with old Madame Hong's reminiscing about bitterness and longing for sweetness. However, he knew how difficult it was to run a business. Being a boss didn't mean that he could just lie at home and count his money. Ancestor, it's all my fault. Hong Ziki felt guilty. If the Hong Corporation was really destroyed because of Guo Huining's decision, Hong Ziki knew that he would not be able to escape the blame. Madame Hong smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not entirely your fault. We old fellows were greedy and wanted to get listed overseas, which led to such a disaster. She waved her hand and said, "You can leave now. I need to plan properly. I hope I can appease Miss Gu and the Huo family before I think about settling out of court." Madame Hong had an intuition that the price asked by the other company might be closely related to her apology this time. After Hong Ziki left, old Madame Hong made several phone calls and called several key account managers from well-known international jewelry brands to bring their latest jewelry to the Hong family's mansion. These brands had flagship stores in the imperial capital and usually opened their doors to do business, but they were very familiar with the rich and powerful in the imperial capital. The key account managers specialized in taking care of these wealthy customers. Old Madame Hong rarely bought jewelry, but with her reputation, no key account manager would ignore her. Old Madame Hong called a few young girls from the Hong family over and had them pick a few pieces of jewelry suitable for young girls. She also had the brands engrave Gu Nianji's name on them as an apology gift. Gu Nianji was very surprised when she received the call from old Madame Hong's assistant. She thought it would be Guo Huining, Do Ayan, or even Hong Ziki looking for her. She didn't expect it to be old Madame Hong. Although she hated Guo Huining, she didn't have any particular dislike for Hong Ziki. She wouldn't speak ill of old Madame Hong, who was in her 80s. Gu Nianji replied politely, "Yes, this is Gu Nianji. What can I do for you, old Madame Hong?" The assistant said respectfully, "Miss Gu, our old madam heard that you were wronged at our Hong Corporation hotel and was very sorry. She specially booked our hotel to entertain Miss Gu and would like to personally apologize to you." Gu Nianji laughed. "This has nothing to do with old Madame Hong. Even if someone wants to apologize, it shouldn't be her. Also, I said that day that I would never set foot in any of the Hong Corporation's buildings." The assistant was so shocked he almost dropped his phone. He didn't think Guo Huining would offend someone to this extent this time. She hadn't mentioned this to old Madame Hong earlier. The assistant didn't dare make the decision and immediately turned to old Madame Hong. "Old Madam, Miss Gu said she already swore she would never set foot in any of the Hong Corporation's buildings again. She also said that even if someone wants to apologize, it shouldn't be old Madame Hong. Then does she want Guo Huining to apologize?" Old Madame Hong frowned. "Find another place to invite Miss Gu." The assistant had no choice but to call Gu Nianji again and said very attentively, "Miss Gu, really, our old madam sincerely wants to apologize to you. And Guo Huining, we will also ask her to personally apologize to you when the time comes. If you don't want to go to the Hong Corporation's hotel, we can find another place. What do you think of the South City residence? It's quiet there and there are no other people waiting." Gu Nianji still shook her head. "No need. I don't need old Madame Hong or Guo Huining to apologize to me. I'm a person who likes instant karma. Usually, if someone doesn't apologize to me on the spot, they won't accept it later." After that, he hung up the phone and blocked the assistant's number. The assistant dialed for a long time and realized she had been blocked by Gu Nianji when she couldn't get through. She braced herself and reported to old Madame Hong, "Old Madam, Miss Gu still doesn't want to come. She said she doesn't need you to apologize or Guo Huining to apologize. She also said, she doesn't usually apologize on the spot and won't accept it later." Old Madame Hong's expression changed and thought for a while before saying, "What about Major General Hua? What about General Hua and Grandfather Hua?" "Oh right, contact General Hua first. I just asked someone about the Hua family situation and they all said that General Hua is a filial son and very filial to Grandfather Hua." Gua Huining showed kindness to Grandfather Hua and it seemed like she had made the right move. The assistant quickly said, "I'll go find General Hua's number now." However, Hua Guanchen's number was not easy to find. She looked around and finally secretly called Gua Huining to get Hua Guanchen and Grandfather Hua's numbers. Gua Huining heard that old Madame Hong had personally invited Gu Nianji and the Huas to dinner and her face was burning, but she still suggested, "Mr. Zhang Baochen, he's Grandfather Hua's favorite son." The assistant also got Zhang Baochen's number and went to ask old Madame Hong. "Old Madam, I got General Hua and Grandfather Hua's numbers. There's also Mr. Zhang Baochen. I heard that he's Grandfather Hua's favorite son." Miss Guo was recommended to the doctor through Mr. Zhang Baochen. This was the second reward and update of the day, Chapter 1970, like instant karma. The second reward of 50,000 Chidian dollars for the August Alliance leader, Jiu, has arrived. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were very important. Today was the third watch, and the third watch was 8 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1982. Zhang Baochen. Old Madame Hong looked down at the information she had just gathered on the Hua family. This is Grandfather Hua's illegitimate child. Her information showed that Grandfather Hua had an extramarital child with his head nurse, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was currently in jail, and had been sent there by the two of them. Due to the short time frame, the information was not complete, but the basic facts were there. Old Madame Hong's assistant froze, then remembered that Zhang Baochen's surname was Zhang, not Hua. She hesitated. "I think so. Old Madam, I can confirm it again." "No need." Old Madame Hong raised her hand. General Hua is Grandfather Hua's first wife's son, and Major General Hua is General Hua's only son. Let's not invite Zhang Baochen for now. Old Madame Hong knew that this was common among the rich and powerful, but she had to be clear about the priorities. She frowned. Gua Huining said that Zhang Baochen is Grandfather Hua's favorite son. The assistant nodded. "That's what Miss Gua said. Are you really not going to invite him?" Old Madame Hong closed the folder containing the information on the Hua family. "Why would I invite him? To make Major General Hua unhappy?" Gua Huining could only rely on Zhang Baochen. "I overestimated her." The assistant shrank back. If it wasn't for Zhang Baochen, Gua Huining probably wouldn't even be able to reach the Hua family's doorstep. How could she recommend a doctor? But seeing that old Madame Hong was furious, the assistant didn't dare to argue and quickly agreed. "Call General Hua and Grandfather Hua. Also, ask young Master Shua about Major General Hua's number. He's good friends with Ziki, and Ziki also said he grew up with Major General Hua. He should have a way to contact him." The assistant nodded and returned to her small office to continue calling the Hua family. She called Grandfather Hua first. The one who answered the phone was a middle-aged man. He asked curiously, "May I know who you are looking for?" The assistant quickly replied, "Hello, is Grandfather Hua Xuanong there?" The man replied, "Yes, Grandfather Hua is my father." "Why are you looking for him?" "He just took his medicine and went to sleep." After Grandfather Hua was discharged from the hospital, Zhang Baochen took him to his home to take care of him personally. Hua Guanchen had originally wanted to take Grandfather Hua back to the Hua mansion, but Grandfather Hua wanted to stay with Zhang Baochen and his family, so he didn't insist. Anyway, Zhang Baochen and his wife didn't have a job now. They had all the time in the world. Hua Guanchen was busy with work. Even if he brought her back to the Hua mansion, he wouldn't be able to take care of her himself. Needless to say, Hua Xiaoheng didn't return to the Hua mansion at all. The assistant smiled and said, "It's like this. I'm the assistant of old Madam Hong, the chairman of the Hong Group. Our old madam would like to invite old Master Hua to dinner at the newly opened South City mansion in the capital. Please do come." The person who picked up the phone was Zhang Baochen. His heart skipped a beat when he heard about the South City mansion and old Madam Hong. "Treat my father to a meal." "Why?" "It's like this. Our old madam found out that Miss Gu was wronged at our Hong Group hotel a few days ago and felt very bad about it. She wanted to treat Miss Gu and Major General Hua to a meal and apologize in person. And old Master Hua and General Hua, our old madam, would also like to invite them to a meal to express our sincerity in apologizing." Zhang Baochen listened for a long time and still didn't see his name mentioned. He couldn't help but ask. "Only my father and second brother." The assistant smiled brightly. "Mr. Zhang, right? Don't worry. We're only inviting old Master Hua and General Hua for now because they are Miss Gu and Major General Hua's elders." What he meant was that Zhang Baochen couldn't be considered their elder, so his words didn't count. Zhang Baochen understood what the assistant meant and felt very upset. Because of this, he was even more determined to borrow grandfather Hua's power to return to the top of the imperial capital. "Okay, I'll ask my father when he wakes up. Send me the location and time of the banquet. Just send it to my phone." After sending the information, the assistant dialed Hua Guanchen's number. Of course, Hua Guanchen didn't pick up himself, but his personal secretary. "Hello, this is General Hua's office. May I know who you are?" Old Madam Hong's assistant quickly replied, "I am the assistant of old Madam Hong, the chairman of the Hong Corporation. We would like to invite General Hua to a meal at the newly opened Qingnan residence in the imperial capital." "No need, General Hua is very busy. It's like this, old madam is treating on behalf of Miss Gu and Major General Hua. Miss Gu and Major General Hua will both be coming, along with old Master Hua." The personal secretary heard it was Hua Guanchen's personal matter and quickly went in to report. Hua Guanchen thought for a while. "Will father be going too? If he's going, I'll go." He recalled Zhang Baochen's call yesterday, saying that he would help Guo Huaining. Now that old Madam Hong, the chairman of the Hong Corporation, was personally attending, she was even more important than Guo Huaining and very sincere. The personal secretary quickly replied, the assistant said he would go. Hua Guanchen picked up his phone and called Zhang Baochen. "Baochen, is father going to the meal? Old Madam Hong is treating." Zhang Baochen nodded. "Yes, they just called to invite him." He sounded a little depressed. Hua Guanchen ignored it and put down his phone. He said to the personal secretary, "Then go, but my time is limited. I can only stay for half an hour." For someone of Hua Guanchen's status, taking half an hour to attend the Hong family's banquet was already giving him face. Old Madam Hong's assistant was overjoyed. "Thank you, I'll have someone deliver the invitation right away." After dealing with Hua Guanchen and grandfather Hua, the assistant called Gu Nianji again. This time, she changed her number because the previous number had probably been blocked by Gu Nianji. "Is this Miss Gu?" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Nianji recognized her voice and snapped, "Why is it you again?" With that, he hung up the phone and swiftly blocked the assistant's second number. "Pfft, so arrogant." The assistant pouted and stopped trying to persuade Gu Nianji. Instead, she called Xue Jingjiang. "Who is this?" Xue Jingjiang sat at the bar, swirling the cocktail in his hand as he asked nonchalantly. The number displayed on his phone was unfamiliar. Old Madam Hong's assistant quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Xue. I am the assistant of old Madam Hong, the chairman of the Hong Corporation. Hong Ziki is old Madam Hong's great-grandson." "Oh, old madam, what can I do for you?" Shui Jingjiang took a sip of his cocktail, his feet tapping to the music in the room. "It's like this. Miss Gu Nianji was wronged at our hotel a few days ago. Old Madam Hong would like to personally apologize to her. I just made a few calls and have already invited Grandfather Hua and General Hua to the banquet. I just wanted to ask if you have Major General Hua's contact information." "Oh, it's that." Shui Jingjiang smiled ambiguously. "Sorry, no comment." He ended the call with old Madam Hong's assistant. He thought about the Hong Corporation scooter scandal and shook his head. Gua Huining was such a useless woman. He wanted to see how far the Hong Corporation had fallen. The assistant had no choice but to anxiously return to old Madam Hong's study and quietly explain in detail what had happened on the phone. Old Madam Hong frowned. Miss Gu still doesn't want to come. This young lady was really putting on airs. But they had been rude to her first, so it was understandable that the young lady would feel uncomfortable and refuse their apology. You can't have the final say in everything, can you? You offended her and now you want an apology, but she has to accept it. She looked at the computer screen in front of her in silence. Even Grandfather Hua and General Hua had accepted the invitation, but Gu Nianji still flatly refused. She was so strong-willed. What did she have to rely on? After thinking about it, she could only think of Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was Hua Xiaoheng's fiancé, and old Madam Hong's assistant had yet to speak to Hua Xiaoheng. Old Madam Hong felt a little uneasy. After thinking for a while, old Madam Hong stood up with the help of her walking stick. "Pack my things. I want to visit Miss Gu in person. Bring the gift. Also, do you know Miss Gu's address?" This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1970, Her Reliance. Today was Monday. Recommendation votes were very important. It was the third watch of the day. Moi moi, everyone, little angel. Chapter 1983. Old Madam Hong's assistant quickly called Gu Nianji. She knew Gu Nianji blocked her second number, so she had to change to a third number and let another assistant talk to Gu Nianji. That was why Gu Nianji didn't immediately hang up and block the phone. As soon as the other assistant heard Gu Nianji's voice, she quickly said, "Miss Gu, I am old Madam Hong's assistant. Old Madam Hong wants to visit you personally to apologize. May I know your address? If it's convenient, old Madam will visit you immediately." She said it in one breath without stopping. Gu Nianji heard it was the Hong family's call again and wanted to immediately hang up. But this assistant spoke too fast, almost like frying beans. Before she had time to hang up, the assistant had already finished talking. Gu Nianji was speechless. Fine, she felt the other person's strong desire to live, so she could only smile and say, "It's really not necessary. I already said, it's not like old Madam Hong offended anyone. Your old madam shouldn't be at home enjoying her life. Why is she running around for her children and grandchildren?" Old Madam Hong took the phone and said in a low voice, "Miss Gu, I really want to sincerely apologize to you. I hope you can give me a chance and make things convenient for me. If your home is not suitable, we can meet outside. Although I am old, I don't dare to take advantage of my seniority. We are two different things." Gu Nianji didn't dislike old Madam Hong's way of doing things. She was already in her 80s, but she still had to apologize to her, who had just turned 20, for her children and grandchildren. It was indeed not easy. But she didn't want Gua Huining to hide from this at all. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and said sincerely, "Old Madam Hong, whoever started the trouble should untie it. I don't need to say more about this. Also, Gua Huining isn't even the daughter-in-law of the Hong family. If you value her so much, why don't you let her enter the Hong family?" Hearing Gu Nianji's tone, old Madam Hong felt that she was quite reasonable. Could it be that the person who attacked the Hong Corporation actually had nothing to do with Gu Nianji? Old Madam Hong was confused again. But after thinking about it, she decided to comfort Gu Nianji first. The exposure of the battery of the Hong Corporation's electric car was most likely related to Gu Nianji. Of course, she could not rule out the possibility that it had nothing to do with her. Old Madam Hong personally called, but Gu Nianji still refused to meet. Of course, she wouldn't let Old Madam Hong come to her house to apologize. Old Madam Hong had no choice but to say, "Miss Gu, I understand your concerns. This matter is indeed our fault. I hope you can give me a chance. I sincerely apologize to you." Gu Nianji laughed. "Old Madam Hong, you're exaggerating. I'm hanging up. I hope you won't call me again with different numbers." Gu Nianji hung up the phone and threw it on the sofa speechlessly. This phone number was a number she used to contact the outside world. It was not her private number, so many people knew about it. She decided not to use this phone for the time being. Old Madam Hong refused to give up. She asked her assistant to contact Gu Nianji, but she couldn't get in touch with her anymore. However, not long after, Old Madam Hong couldn't be bothered to contact Gu Nianji anymore, because the terms of the out-of-court settlement with the other company were out. What? They want so much cash compensation. Old Madam Hong was shocked and angry. Did they see our account books? The money the other party wanted was exactly all of the Hong Corporation's liquid cash, plus the amount of the loan they had just negotiated with the bank. If they really lost this sum of money, the Hong Corporation would be insolvent and would be waiting to be liquidated. They couldn't pay their employees' salaries. Because the battery company was ordered by the court not to continue infringing on intellectual property rights, they couldn't produce electric cars either. Even traditional car sales were declining because of the impact of this incident. Without income, the fixed monthly expenses were a large sum of money. The Hong family was using their private property to subsidize the company. A month had passed, and the other company wasn't willing to give up a single cent. They even said that their goal was to bankrupt companies like the Hong Corporation that infringed on intellectual property rights. There were all kinds of discussions on the internet. Some sympathized with the Hong Corporation. They said that electric cars were originally only a small part of the Hong Corporation's business, but because of this rat poop, the whole pot of soup was ruined. Some said that the Hong Corporation only had themselves to blame. Who asked them to forge documents in order to get listed overseas? Now that they were exposed, they deserved it. Old Madam Hong had been scheming and running around for the past month. She was very old, but the Hong Corporation's business continued to deteriorate day by day. That night, the Hong Corporation's shareholders, who were also the members of the Hong family, returned to the Hong family's mansion for dinner. Tomorrow was the deadline for the other party's company to ask them to pay. If they didn't pay, the settlement would collapse, and both parties would continue to fight in court. Once the trial started, the Hong Corporation would be monitored by the court. To prevent them from transferring assets, the other party even hired the best accounting firm to monitor the Hong Corporation's accounts. Old Madam Hong sat at the head of the table and looked at the 5 big round tables in the dining room. But everyone's expressions were very ugly. A month ago, they were still smug, thinking that once the company got listed, their assets would increase exponentially. By then, they could even visit the list of the richest people in the country. Ironically, a month later, they were gathered together for a farewell dinner. Hong Ziki shrank in the corner, not daring to make a sound. It was all because of him that Guo Huining was so daring and got into such a big trouble. "Everyone, let's eat. Don't look like the sky is falling." Old Madam Hong smiled and said, "Even if the Hong Corporation collapses, you still have your own house and your own life. It's much better than when your great-grandfather and I were. At that time, we didn't have our own house, so we rented someone else's basement to live. Every day, we would wake up early and go dark to do business outside. Sun and rain, wind and rain, you don't have to endure that kind of suffering anymore. She said with a smile, but the Hong family members in the room couldn't help but wipe their tears. After a while, one of Hong Ziki's uncles whispered, "Grandmother, actually, it's not that there's no way." "Oh. What way?" Old Madam Hong said lightly, "Tell me about it." This person stood up and said boldly, "Actually, our Hong Corporation has always been a high-quality industry. This time, the electric scooter business had a problem, but it didn't affect our other production lines. There are also many people who think highly of us." Old Madam Hong raised her eyes and looked over. "Yes, continue." Seeing that Old Madam didn't reject him outright, this person became bolder and said, "Since grandmother doesn't object, I'll say it. We all have Hong Corporation's shares in our hands. Why don't we sell some of the shares we have and get the cash to solve the emergency?" "That won't do. Even if we sell the shares we have, the money will belong to us. How can we fill this hole?" Many of the Hong family members shouted in disagreement. They didn't have many shares in their hands, and most of them were free shares, so they couldn't participate in the decision-making. Currently, it wasn't listed, so these shares would only be useful during the year-end dividends. Now that the Hong Corporation was suffering heavy losses, they wouldn't be able to receive dividends for a long time. Another member of the Hong family stood up, drank a glass of wine, and said boldly, "Old Madam, I heard that someone is interested in the Hong Corporation. Why don't we quickly sell the company while the Hong Corporation's brand is still useful?" "Yes, since it can't be listed, and now it has negative assets, it's better to sell it." With that said, many people in the Hong family echoed. Old Madam Hong didn't take it to heart at all. Most of the company's shares were in her hands. She alone owned 95% of the shares, and the other 5% was scattered among the Hong family and some private equity funds. It wasn't a big deal. As long as she could control it and didn't sell the shares in her hands, no one would be able to take away the decision-making and management rights of the Hong Corporation. But now, the shares in her hands were no longer useful. Under the pressure of the outside world, these people had already begun to rebel. Old Madam Hong sat at the seat of honor and watched coldly as these people shouted. She didn't say a word. Seeing Old Madam Hong like this, most of the people in the Hong family were still quite afraid of her. A few troublemakers caused trouble, but they didn't get a response from everyone. After shouting for a while, these people had no choice but to sit down resentfully, secretly cursing Old Madam Hong for being an old woman who doesn't die. The dinner was tasteless, and everyone's faces were filled with resentment. At the same time, Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were also sitting in the dining room of their apartment, eating dinner while watching the news. In the past month, the Hong Corporation had been the hottest news in the news. She didn't know how much exposure it had, but unfortunately, it was all negative and didn't help the company's business at all. Gu Nianji said regretfully, "What a pity. Guo Huining was kicked out of the Hong Corporation. She's probably secretly happy now." Lu Jin smiled as he scooped a bowl of soup for her and said, "Don't worry, the good show is yet to come." "What else can she do?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips. Actually, Old Madam Hong still gave Guo Huining a chance. She didn't send her to court for doing such a thing. She just chased her away from the Hong family. "I'm not convinced. The Hong Corporation is now discussing an out-of-court settlement with the Raft. I heard that they'll be announcing the amount tomorrow. It might not be enough time to pursue Guo Huining's legal responsibility." Lu Yuan also scooped a bowl of soup for Song Jining without batting an eyelid. Song Jining and Gu Nianji looked at each other and buried their heads in the soup. They listened to Lu Yuan and Lu Jin discuss business matters. Hu Xiaoheng was called away by General Ji that night, so he couldn't have dinner with them. Lu Jin saw that Gu Nianji kept looking in the direction of the door and knew that she was looking forward to Hu Xiaoheng's return. He said sourly, "What are you looking at? Eat properly and don't multitask." Be careful of indigestion. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and quickly scooped a bowl of soup for Lu Jin. She smiled and held it up with both hands. She said sweetly, "Dad, have some soup." Lu Jin was finally happy. He smiled and said, "The amount of the out-of-court settlement just happened to empty the Hong Corporation's liquidity, as well as a loan they just negotiated. Nianji, come with Dad to watch the show tomorrow. Watch Dad perform a magic trick for you." This was the first watch of the day, Chapter 1972, A Strong Desire to Survive. Today was the second watch, and the second watch was at 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1984. Gu Nianji was extremely surprised and quickly asked, "Dad, how did you know the amount of compensation the other company wanted?" "I've been following this matter." Lu Jin smiled happily. "If they dare to fake it, they will have to bear the consequences." Lu Yuan also shook his head. The Hong Corporation has dug a hole for itself. They still want to go public in this situation. Do they really think those big shots in the stock and financial market are idiots? By recklessly barging into the overseas stock market like this, they're treating themselves like a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Gu Nianji was speechless for a while, then said, "That's true. With such a big loophole here, it's like a time bomb. Sooner or later, it will be detonated." Lu Jin had accidentally discovered it, but he had brought the process forward. Only the heavens knew whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the Hong Corporation. "Unfortunately, I don't have the money. If the Hong Corporation was a listed company, I would have gone to the stock market right now." Lu Jin was very regretful. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully for a while and felt that it had nothing to do with her. She shrugged nonchalantly. "Then let's continue watching." "Dad, what trick are you going to do tomorrow? Can you spoil it in advance?" "No." Lu Jin refused and winked at her. "Because it depends on how others perform." Gu Nianji. The next morning, the core members of the Hong family gathered at the Hong family's mansion to have breakfast with old Madam Hong. Today was the last day of the out-of-court settlement. They had to make a decision on whether to accept the compensation offered by the other party. Breakfast was eaten in complete silence. Everyone's mood was heavy. After breakfast, they went to the court location agreed upon with the other party's company for the last out-of-court settlement negotiation. The other party's company had been beaten back by the Hong Corporation for the past year, and they had long hated them. Now that they found out that the Hong Corporation was taking advantage of them and using the patents they had bought at a high price to build their own cars, they were definitely going to beat them to death. The Hong Corporation knew that they were in the wrong, so they chose to settle out of court. An old man sitting next to old Madam Hong sighed and said, "In the past, I thought that problems that could be solved with money weren't problems. Now I know that it was just because the other party didn't ask for much money." Old Madam Hong didn't say anything, but she was thinking of a solution. She had been in business for so many years, what had she not seen? However, this was the first time he had seen something of this scale. As time passed, more and more people came in. Other than the reporters, there were also quite a number of onlookers. Although the court limited the number of people, the entire room was filled in the end. However, the executives and major shareholders of the Raft company had yet to arrive. When Gu Nianji and Lu Jin went out in the morning, Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan pulled them to do something to their faces to change their appearances. It was only now that he could sit comfortably in the spectator seats and look at the core members of the Hong family not far away with interest. In the middle, an old lady with a head full of silver hair, but a resolute expression, and a straight back, attracted her attention. "Dad, is that old Madam Hong?" Lu Jin nodded. "The old lady is in good health and in good spirits." It's just that she's old and hasn't chosen a suitable successor. Gu Nianji, she curled her lips and said in a low voice, I didn't expect this old lady to be so soft-hearted. She actually let Gua Huining go. Lu Jin smiled and patted Gu Nianji's head. Don't worry, let's continue watching. Not long after, the door to the courtroom opened again. Gua Huining, wearing a professional black suit and carrying an LV briefcase, walked up to the Hong family with a smile on her face. Good morning, everyone. I'm Gua Huining. Everyone knows me, so I won't introduce myself. Hong Ziqi's mother was furious when she saw her. She stood up and pointed at her. Gua Huining. You still have the face to come in. We haven't settled the score with you yet. It's all your fault. That's why we're in such a predicament. How can you blame me? Gua Huining tucked her hair, which she had just spent a lot of money on, behind her ear. If you want to blame someone, blame the person who wrote the open letter. If he hadn't exposed this matter, how would the other company have known? If it weren't for him, your Hong corporation would have gone public by now, and you would all be lying at home counting your money. Gu Nianji had been paying attention to the movements of the members of the Hong family. When she saw Gua Huining walk over and heard her giggling as she talked to the members of the Hong family and pushed all the blame to the person who wrote the open letter, Gu Nianji was furious. She wasn't sitting far from the Hong family members, so she said loudly, TSK, how interesting. You're a thief, but instead of reflecting on yourself, you're blaming the person who reported you. If no one reported you, would you be able to continue being a thief with a clear conscience? In order to save Gu Nianji's face, Lu Jin had only written a letter of complaint. After that, the other company had seized on the loophole and pursued them relentlessly. What did it have to do with them? Gu Nianji didn't want to forgive Gua Huining, and it had nothing to do with the Hong corporation. However, if the Hong family didn't reflect on themselves and find the real culprit, but blamed the person who reported them, it could only be said that they had brought this upon themselves. Gu Nianji's last trace of sympathy disappeared. Her words were extremely harsh and incisive. There were indeed people in the Hong family who complained about the person who wrote the open letter, but when Gu Nianji said that, their faces turned red, and all their anger was transferred to Gua Huining. If she hadn't faked it, how could they have been reported? Gua Huining's face darkened slightly. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was an ordinary-looking woman, but she didn't care. There were gossipers everywhere, so there was no need to pay attention to these small fry. Therefore, Gua Huining only glared at her and looked at the materials in her hands. She didn't want to complicate matters. She lowered her head and opened her briefcase. She placed a document in front of old Madam Hong and said with a smile, Old Madam, I respect you as the founder of the Hong Corporation. This is a share acquisition agreement. Please take a look. As long as you sign here, you don't have to worry about the amount of the out-of-court settlement today or the deadline. She said confidently. The Hong family members' faces were gloomy, as if they had lost their parents. Gua Huining looked at these people's faces, and a sense of revenge rose in her heart. Old Madam Hong looked down at the party on the share acquisition agreement, Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund. She suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She understood, this was a trap. It was a trap through and through. She raised her head and looked at the place where the raft of the other party's company was. It was still empty, not a single person was there. Old Madam Hong's mind raced. Did this have anything to do with the raft company? Or, was it related to the company that took on the listing business for them? Gua Huining waited patiently. She wasn't in a hurry as she thought about what Do Ayan had said to her last night. Last night, in a luxuriously decorated office in the Carlyle International Investments Huaxia branch headquarters, Do Ayan held a cup of coffee and sat behind her desk. She smiled and said, There's still no news from the Hong Corporation. Gua Huining shook her head uncomfortably. No. Well, that's a pity. We originally planned to wait for the Hong Corporation to be listed overseas before revealing the battery problem. That way, we could make a profit by shorting the company, and then we could buy the Hong Corporation and resell it at a high price. It's just that it was exposed in advance. Our gains are limited. Do Ayan smiled regretfully. Gua Huining raised her head abruptly and looked at Do Ayan in shock as if she didn't know her. Her mouth was wide open. After a while, she said. This wasn't your idea, it was Yi Xinyan's idea, wasn't it? Ha! Who cares whose idea it was? It's none of your business. Do Ayan blinked at her. She didn't admit it, but she didn't deny it either. Gua Huining lowered her eyes and thought of the intelligent and beautiful chief stock analyst who always spoke slowly. She sighed softly in her heart. She really wasn't as good as her. With such ruthlessness and speed, it was no wonder that he was able to dominate the capital market at such a young age. Do Ayan smiled and said, Huining, it's like this. The Hong Corporation is almost like a street rat now. Not only has their sales plummeted, but the other party's company is demanding an exorbitant amount of compensation. They're either waiting to be liquidated or waiting to be taken over by the court. They're in a very bad situation. Gua Huining thought of old Madame Hong's heartlessness and felt a sense of satisfaction. She said calmly, what does it have to do with me? I have nothing to do with the Hong family anymore. Good. You're able to let go of things, you're truly a role model. Do Ayan praised. Then are you willing to be our legal representative and go to court tomorrow to discuss the acquisition of the Hong Corporation? Acquisition. Gua Huining was shocked. You want to acquire the Hong Corporation? What's the rush? The Hong Corporation isn't yours. They've already kicked you out. Do Ayan tossed out a contract. Here, take a look. If you're willing, you'll be the chief legal advisor of our Pacific Rim private equity fund tomorrow. Throw this contract in front of old Madame Hong and you'll get your revenge. Gua Huining smiled as her gaze fell on the contract that allowed her to get her revenge. Old Madame Hong's face was already livid. She stood up with the support of her walking stick and gritted her teeth at the smug Gua Huining. You want to acquire our company? In your dreams. Old Madame Hong's voice was neither loud nor soft. The people sitting in the distance might not be able to hear her, but Gu Nianji heard it clearly from her position. Lu Jin had originally found a seat very close to the members of the Hong family to make Gu Nianji happy. Now that Gua Huining had come in, he smiled so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen. He whispered to Gu Nianji. Look, the show's about to start. Guess which company wants to acquire the Hong conglomerate? Gu Nianji looked at Gua Huining, then saw Do Ayan, who had walked in behind her. Her mind raced, and she suddenly realized, this is a trap. It's a complete trap. This was the second watch of the day, Chapter 1973, A Complete Trap. There were 2 watches today. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1985. The core members of the Hong family surrounded old Madame Hong and looked down at the share purchase agreement. They were slightly tempted by the numbers on the agreement. Although the price was nothing compared to the Hong Corporation's valuation a month ago, it was probably less than 1%. But after a month of bloodshed, the Hong Corporation's sales plummeted, and its valuation shrank. Coupled with the looming lawsuit, the Hong Corporation was indeed on the verge of bankruptcy. Seeing such a share purchase agreement was like sending charcoal in a snowy day, and many people found it hard to resist the temptation. Gua Huining. You're a traitor. How dare you collude with outsiders to frame the Hong Corporation? I won't let you get away with it. Old Madame Hong was furious and threw the share purchase agreement. The white A4 paper was scattered in the courtroom and fluttered to the gallery not far away. Gu Nianji reached out and caught a few purchase agreements. She looked at them curiously. Gua Huining tilted her head and dodged the sharp A4 papers. Her smile didn't change as she said, "Old Madam Hong, don't say such old-fashioned words. What era is it now? Colluding with outsiders. Do you think you're still an old feudal lord from the feudal era?" She used to be very envious of old Madam Hong's ability and grandeur, and she used to fantasize about becoming someone like her. Unfortunately, old Madam Hong mercilessly kicked her out of the Hong Corporation, which she had worked for many years, and shattered her beautiful dreams. "You flatter me." Old Madam Hong's face darkened. "Gua Huining, don't you know what you've done in the Hong Corporation? We didn't have time to deal with you, and you really think nothing happened?" Gua Huining laughed. "Old Madam Hong, I'll wait for you to deal with me. But before you deal with me, you should first pay the compensation they claim." Her eyes danced with the joy of victory, and her relatively plain facial features became lively. The core members of the Hong family suddenly became nervous at the mention of the compensation. They all began to persuade old Madam Hong. "Old Madam, let's sell the shares. At least we can get some money back. Look here. As long as we sell 80% of the shares, the other party will bear all our debts. We can take cash and still hold 20% of the shares." "Yes, yes. Old ancestor, if you continue to be stubborn, you will really have to liquidate and go bankrupt. At that time, the shares in our hands are just a few pieces of scrap paper." Gua Huining clasped her hands behind her back and listened with interest. These people's actions were exactly what she had expected. She had already said that most of the core members of the Hong conglomerate were idiots, except for old Madam Hong, who was extraordinarily shrewd. However, old Madam Hong's shrewdness alone could not resist the stupidity of the entire family. Even though she was in her 80s, she still had to continue working. Whenever there was a major decision, she still had to make the final decision. This time, the electric car project was too new. Old Madam Hong really couldn't handle it, so she completely delegated it to Gua Huining. It wasn't that Gua Huining didn't feel regretful. She didn't want this to happen either. She had dedicated her youth and passion to the Hong Corporation. Her feelings for the Hong Corporation were no less than those of the Hong family. But old Madam Hong just didn't like her and refused to accept her. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, old Madam Hong's shriveled body became more and more stooped, like a pine tree that was finally bent by the heavy snow. Only her old appearance was left, and she no longer looked vigorous. The joy in Gua Huining's heart couldn't be described in words. Just as these people were about to convince old Madam Hong, Gua Huining leisurely took out another agreement and placed it in front of the Hong family. With a face full of smiles, she said, "Before signing the share purchase agreement, please first sign this disclaimer agreement. Only when the disclaimer agreement takes effect will the share purchase agreement you sign be effective." Old Madam Hong was indeed very tired. She even wanted to take this opportunity to sell the Hong Corporation. None of her descendants could take on such a big responsibility. They were only suitable to sit at home and collect money. Such a big company, after she passed away, would soon be tossed around by this group of unfilial descendants until nothing was left. This was also one of the reasons why old Madam Hong was anxious to go public overseas. She wanted to take the opportunity of going public overseas to clean up the management structure of the group, introduce a professional manager system, and let the members of the Hong family gradually withdraw from the management of the group and only become shareholders who collect money. Just now, she was surrounded by these family members and forced to sell the shares. She was really disheartened and wanted to sign the contract and sell it. Gua Huining's betrayal could wait until she finished the company's business before settling the accounts with her. But now she saw Gua Huining throw out another disclaimer agreement. Old Madam Hong put on her presbyopic glasses and took the disclaimer agreement to read. After only reading a few lines, old Madam Hong couldn't help but be furious. She rolled the disclaimer agreement into a ball and threw it at Guo Huaning's face. She said angrily, "You want us to give up on pursuing your responsibility? Keep dreaming. Don't even think about getting me to sign it. I'm not selling it. At most, I'll go bankrupt and liquidate." Old Madam Hong and Guo Huaning were at loggerheads. Guo Huaning dodged to the side and avoided the ball of disclaimer agreement that old Madam Hong threw at her. She quickly stood up from the gallery and grabbed the ball of paper. She sat down and opened it to read. It turned out that this disclaimer agreement was actually Guo Huaning requesting the Hong Corporation's shareholders to give up on pursuing her responsibility. In other words, if the Hong family wanted to sell their shares, they had to sign this disclaimer agreement to guarantee that they wouldn't sue Guo Huaning for what she did in the Hong Corporation. And only when this disclaimer agreement took effect would the Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund acquisition agreement take effect. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about the Hong Corporation suing her for commercial espionage. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and said softly to Lu Jin, "Guo Huaning is a law student after all. She's quite protective of herself. Unfortunately, she only protected her own interests and didn't care about other people's interests." Guo Huaning looked at old Madam Hong mockingly, as if she was looking at a flying insect struggling in a spider's web. She dared to be the chief legal counsel of Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund and personally preside over the acquisition of the Hong Corporation. How could she stand up without additional protection? This disclaimer agreement was Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund's sincerity to her. Lu Jin chuckled. He felt that it was time, so he took out his phone and looked at it. At that moment, his phone rang, and an email came in. Lu Jin quickly unlocked his phone and opened his mailbox. Sure enough, he saw the email he had been looking forward to for a long time. Without bothering to read the email carefully, Lu Jin handed his phone to Gu Nianji as if he was presenting a treasure. He smiled and said, "Nianji, look, this is the first trick." Gu Nianji was a little confused, so she took Lu Jin's hand and looked at his phone. On the phone was an authorization notice from the State Intellectual Property Office. The words State Intellectual Property Office of the Huaxia Empire were written on the top of the phone. Patent number 202810295609. 1. Publication number 2028025825006262. Patent holder, Lu Jin. Name of invention, high power, low-cost battery for electric vehicles. Gu Nianji suddenly looked up at Lu Jin in disbelief. She said in surprise, "Dad, you applied for a patent?" Lu Jin nodded with a smile and said casually, "Your side is too backward. I can't take out my real invention now, so I modified it and reduced the battery's function by 80% before applying for a patent. Don't worry, it's only 3 times more powerful than the best electric vehicle battery you have here. And the cost is only 1/3 of the cost." Gu Nianji was extremely excited. She suddenly opened her arms and hugged Lu Jin. She whispered in his ear, "Dad, you're so amazing. It was great to have a father like this." Lu Jin wanted this reaction from Gu Nianji. He patted Gu Nianji on the back happily and said, "There's a second trick. Do you want to see it?" Gu Nianji quickly nodded. "Yes, yes, yes." As Lu Jin spoke, he forwarded the patent authorization notice from the State Intellectual Property Office to the technical director of the company, the Raft. In less than a minute, the technical director of the Raft impatiently replied to Lu Jin's email. There was only one sentence on it. "Just name your price." Lu Jin showed the email to Gu Nianji and said, "The second trick." This time, Gu Nianji looked at it for a while before she understood. She said, "This is the company that was infringed by the Hong Corporation and is claiming high compensation from the Hong Corporation." Lu Jin nodded. "That's them. Do you have any business dealings with them?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. Lu Jin smiled and said, of course not before. I'm nothing here, so why would they care about me? But now it's different. I have a patent, so they'll cry and beg to have business dealings with me. That's true. Gu Nianji nodded thoughtfully. You really didn't have anything before. Why would they negotiate with you? That's right. Lu Jin wasn't angry at all. He said frankly, you have to be capable to be valued by others. I didn't bring any of those things with me. The only thing I brought was my own mind and knowledge. Now I'm going to use my knowledge to create wealth. His first bucket of gold, of course, came from his inventions. How did you think of the first patent being the battery of an electric car? Gu Nianji read the follow-up email from the technical director of the raft over and over again. I didn't think about it. It was just a coincidence. Lu Jin shrugged nonchalantly. For me, choosing which patent to apply for is the most exhausting. Fortunately, this Guohuaning reminded me. Then I'll be the first to apply for the patent for the battery of an electric car. You guys are quite backward anyway. Gu Nianji was already used to Lu Jin's style of speaking, but she still felt that Lu Jin's words deserved a beating. Dad, your tone of voice. Gu Nianji smiled and pointed at Lu Jin. To be honest, I quite like it. Lu Jin was quite nervous at first. He was worried that Gu Nianji wouldn't like him talking like that, but he became smug later. He held his phone and replied to the email from the technical director of the raft. This time, the other party's reply took a little longer, but it only took 10 minutes. Deal. Lu Jin handed his phone to Gu Nianji again and said with a smile, now, I'll go show you the third trick. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin's phone. It was an email from the CEO of the raft. They agreed to Lu Jin's conditions and took the initiative to reduce the amount of compensation they had to settle with the Hong Corporation out of court. It was limited to a year's worth of patent fees and 5% interest. Compared to the previous sky-high compensation, it was like the difference between 100 million and 100,000. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not far away on the left, old Madame Hong had been threatened by the Hong family, Guo Huining, and Do Ian for a long time, but she refused to budge. Just as these people were about to press her hand to sign the acquisition agreement, someone pushed through the crowd and came to old Madame Hong's side. He said a few words to her. Old Madame Hong's withered face suddenly lit up. What did you say? The raft took the initiative to reduce the amount of compensation? Yes, our company is willing to reach a settlement with Ms. Hong. This is the amount of our compensation. Please take a look. Old Madame Hong looked down at the legally binding amount of compensation, and her hands were trembling with excitement. However, this claim said that they only needed to pay a year's worth of patent fees, plus 5% interest. Compared to the previous amount of compensation, it was like a drop from 100 million yuan to 100,000 yuan. For the Hong Corporation, it was like rain after a long drought. The Hong Corporation was saved. Old Madame Hong immediately laughed out loud. She waved the claim in her hand at Guo Huining and said with a laugh, Guo Huining, just you wait to receive a lawyer's letter from the Hong Corporation. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1974, Timely Help. Today was the second update, 8:00 in the evening. P.S. In the future, the first update in the morning may be delayed to between 11 and 12:00. Super had been busy recently and didn't go home until around 10:00 in the evening. From now until mid-November, he couldn't even rest on weekends. Please forgive me moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1986. Guo Huining was horrified, the corners of her mouth twitching. She looked over and discovered that the raft had actually changed the compensation amount. This precipitous drop in figures caused serious discomfort in some quarters. Do Ayin didn't even care about her manners and snatched the piece of paper from old Madam Hong. She wanted to use a magnifying glass to look at it. That's impossible. She screamed, "You liar. You're a liar. You're the liar. Your whole family are liars." Gu Nianji shouted cheerfully from below the stage, "You just tried to cheat the Hong Corporation of all its assets. Now that your dreams have been shattered, you're calling them liars. You think you're the one who's right, and everything you say makes sense." The sudden change in the dispute between the Hong Corporation and the raft caused everyone in the room to start discussing. The chatter was incessant, but old Madam Hong's face went from gray to rosy and full of energy. Everyone saw it clearly. Could it be that the Hong conglomerate had really taken a turn for the better this time? Gua Huining's forehead gradually beaded with sweat. She couldn't even stand properly. If the Hong Corporation and the raft had really reached a settlement, then Pacific Rim Private Equity wouldn't be able to acquire the Hong Corporation. If the Hong Corporation didn't beg them to acquire it, they wouldn't have signed the disclaimer agreement. Without the disclaimer agreement, the Hong Corporation could continue to sue her. Gua Huining's face suddenly changed, and the sharpness and arrogance in her eyes disappeared in an instant. She looked at Madam Hong as if begging for mercy. Her red lips were trembling, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. Old Madam Hong no longer hid her disgust in her eyes. She brushed her away like she was swatting a fly and snatched the compensation amount back from Do Ayin's hands. She sneered, "Liar. Who gave you the right to say that? But don't worry, both you and Gua Huining will be listed on our lawyer's letter. We'll see you in court next time." Gu Nianji wanted to see the world burn. Yes, yes, yes. And the people from Carlyle International Investments, they'll all be listed on the lawyer's letter, no order. Old Madam Hong smiled and looked back at her. She waved at her, turned around, and left the court with the core members of the Hong family. Not long after the executives and lawyers of the raft company came in, they only handed old Madam Hong the agreement on the compensation amount that they had changed at the last minute. Then, they were in a hurry to find the new patentee, Lu Jin, to sign a new contract. They carried their briefcases and chatted excitedly as they walked. They had long since forgotten about the dispute with the Hong Corporation. Their attention were all focused on the electric vehicle battery patent that the Hua Xia Empire had just specially approved. Is this patent really that powerful? So powerful that you can't even imagine it. The technical director only looked at a few supporting data and persuaded the major shareholders to sign the contract at all costs. Isn't this too exaggerated? I'm not exaggerating, but the technical director is even more exaggerated. He said that if we don't sign it and someone else signs the exclusive license, all the other electric scooters on the market will go bankrupt within a year. No way. Should we sign an exclusive license? Negotiations are ongoing. Judging from the price, the possibility of that happening is very low. Why is the possibility so low? Because we can't afford an exclusive license. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin returned to Song Jinning's apartment. She was still so excited that she couldn't stop chattering with Lu Jin. Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji's cheerful and lively appearance, and then thought of the pale, thin, timid, and panicked little Nianji who had been dragged out from under the table in the laboratory when she was 6 years old. His nose ached, and he quickly turned around to quietly wipe his tears. Lu Yuan looked up and saw the father and daughter enter. He asked in surprise, "So early? Has the matter been settled?" Gu Nianji nodded happily. "It's settled. Is there anything that can't be done with my dad's help?" Lu Yuan understood and smiled at Lu Jin. "The patent has been approved." Lu Jin had already returned to normal and nodded. "It's been approved. It's just been approved. I'll forward it to the technical director of the raft in the next batch." Everything that happened after that was logical and logical. Lu Yuan crossed his legs on the sofa and flipped through a military magazine. He said casually, "That's good." Xiaoheng didn't go to General Ji for this patent in vain. "Hey, this favor isn't for nothing," Lu Jin said righteously. "My girl is already married to him. What's wrong with him asking for a favor? Besides, don't they want the magnetic storm gun? I'll get the blueprint out tomorrow." Lu Yuan curled his lips. "I know you're amazing, but can you not be so smug?" Gu Nianji was unhappy. She hugged Lu Jin's arm and glared at Lu Yuan. "CEO Lu, my dad has the right to be smug. If you don't agree, jump off a building. There's no need to hang me." Lu Yuan looked up with a smile. He looked away from the military magazine and looked at the angry Gu Nianji. He said gently, "Do you only have your father in your eyes and no longer have your uncle?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and shook her head with a smile. "That's not it. I don't have anyone in my eyes, but I can't lose my uncle. Without you, what would Dad and I eat, right? So I'm really just a cook in the eyes of you father and daughter." Lu Yuan deliberately teased her. "But I've been in a bad mood recently and don't want to cook. What should I do?" Gu Nianji blinked. She felt that Lu Yuan was joking, but what if there was a slight chance that it was true? After being fed by Lu Yuan for so long, Gu Nianji felt that she could no longer make do with her diet. The world was big, but it was not as big as a foodie's obsession with food. She immediately shook off Lu Jin's arm and sat next to Lu Yuan. She smiled sweetly. "CEO Lu, what's on your mind that you can't get over? Can you tell me about it? I'm the best at helping people solve their problems." If it weren't for the fact that her big, lively eyes blinked too frequently, Lu Yuan might have believed her. Because when she wanted to be good to someone, the way she acted was really irresistible. She was like a newborn kitten. Although she still couldn't stand steadily, she still insisted on curling up into a ball and lying in your palm to express her wholehearted dependence and affection for you. Lu Yuan looked at her with a smile and thought about how to speak. Gu Nianji lowered her voice again and said in the tone of an underground worker during the revolutionary era. "Is it because of Ms. Song?" Lu Yuan, although it didn't seem to be much different. He looked at Gu Nianji with a, "You know what I mean," expression. Gu Nianji immediately understood and quickly said, "That's nothing. CEO Lu, I'll do you a favor. Let me tell you, I've never been a matchmaker. Being a matchmaker will ruin 3 generations, and being a mediator will ruin a lifetime. CEO Lu, for your lifelong happiness, I'm going all out." This was today's second update, Chapter 1975, Going All Out. There were 2 updates today. P.S. In the future, the first update in the morning might be delayed to between 11 and 12 o'clock. Super had been busy recently and didn't go home until around 10 o'clock at night. From now until mid-November, he couldn't even rest on weekends. Please forgive me moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1987. Lu Yuan smiled. The lines at the corners of his eyes were deep and clear, but he didn't look old. Instead, he had a different kind of charm. How could anyone have the heart to reject such a man? Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hand and tilted her head to look at Lu Yuan for a while. She smiled and said, "CEO Lu, why don't I treat everyone to dinner today?" As she spoke, she winked. Lu Yuan placed the magazine on the coffee table in front of him and said calmly, "Is this your idea? What's wrong? Are you looking down on me? The idea isn't new. As long as it works." Gu Nianji snapped her fingers. "Then everyone will go to the movies tonight. I'll buy tickets online now." Gu Nianji took out her phone and bought 5 movie tickets without waiting for Lu Yuan to refuse. This is the new movie that was released recently, The Past Again. Not bad, not bad. Just right for the occasion. Gu Nianji beamed with joy. She used her phone to search again and found a chic and small restaurant. The House on the Lake. Yes, this is it. It specializes in Huaiyang cuisine. It suits Ms. Song's taste. Gu Nianji immediately booked another private room. She specially stated that she wanted a private room with a view of the lake. After booking a room at the restaurant, Gu Nianji called Song Jining. Miss Song. This is Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled as she walked to the balcony with her phone. She leaned against the balcony railing and spoke to Song Jining. Song Jining had just finished an experiment and was waiting for the results to come out. While she had nothing to do, Gu Nianji happened to call. She smiled and said, "Nianji, what's the matter? You're calling me at this hour. You're not treating me to dinner, are you?" Gu Nianji, she chuckled. "Ms. Song, you're so smart. I want to treat you to dinner." "Huh? Really? That's great." Song Jining smiled and looked at her watch. "I'm free tonight. Treat me to dinner." "Sure, no problem." Gu Nianji was very happy. That was great. She had ordered dinner. "It's like this. There's a happy event today, so I plan to treat everyone to dinner. Not only you, but also Major General Hua, my dad, and President Liu." Gu Nianji deliberately put Liu Yuan at the last moment. Song Jining quickly nodded and said, "Sure, of course. Let's eat together." Gu Nianji also nodded. "After dinner, let's go watch a movie. I've already bought the tickets." Gu Nianji forwarded the online movie ticket she had bought to Song Jining. Song Jining naturally wouldn't be a wet blanket. She smiled and said, "Okay, let's watch a movie after dinner. I'm looking forward to a night like this." "That's right." Gu Nianji said sweetly, "You can't be in the lab doing experiments every day. You have to strike a balance between work and rest." Song Jining agreed with a smile and searched for the address of the restaurant, Family on the Lake. At 6:00 in the evening, Song Jining drove directly to the house on the lake. "Hello, how many of you?" The waiter at the entrance of the restaurant politely greeted Song Jining. Song Jining looked inside and said, 5 people. Miss Gu made the reservation. "Oh, I know. This way, it's a private room on the second floor." The waiter led Song Jining to a fake private room on the second floor with a lake view. The antique door was pushed open. The interior was also very traditional, but the details were so complicated and exquisite that one couldn't take their eyes off it. Song Jining quickly looked around the place and saw that a person had already stood up in the room. It was Liu Yuan. He seemed to have dressed up. His hair was neither too long nor too short, clean and refreshing. He had used a little cologne. Song Jining's nose was very sharp. She could smell the cool water brand. That smell was the only male cologne she could accept. He was wearing a beige shirt with a pinstripe, khaki slacks, and a pair of Ralph Lauren's beige tennis shoes and a ball bag on his back. It was as if he had just walked out of a tennis court. He looked 20 years younger in an instant. Song Jining looked at Liu Yuan's handsome and deep face and said with a smile, "President Liu came here first." Liu Yuan looked at his watch and nodded with a smile. "I'll order first. When they come, the food will be served." For the past month or so, Song Jining had been eating Liu Yuan's cooking. When she didn't go back to her apartment, Liu Jin would bring her 3 meals a day. If she went back to her apartment on the weekends, she would have a full meal. They were all good dishes made by Liu Yuan, as well as tonics. He kept changing ways to cook for her, so much so that she couldn't swallow the food in the cafeteria. Holding her handbag, she sat opposite Liu Yuan. Song Jining smiled and said, President Lu's dishes are definitely good. Let's be lazy today and have a good taste of Huaiyang cuisine. Lu Yuan brought the menu over and placed it in front of her. See if there's anything else you want to eat. The circled dishes are all ordered by me. Song Jining pushed the menu away and said with a smile, no need. The dishes you ordered will definitely be delicious. The two of them sat casually in the private room and chatted. Lu Yuan was good at chatting. As long as he wanted to, he could unknowingly dig out the stories of 18 generations of her ancestors. Although Song Jining didn't know much about interpersonal relationships, she was much better than Lu Jin in this regard. Therefore, when she talked to Lu Yuan and Song Jining, as long as Lu Yuan turned his head, she would be able to continue talking non-stop. It was completely different from when she used to smile most of the time when she was eating with others. Lu Yuan was also very happy that Song Jining was relaxing in front of him. They chatted about everything, just like two good friends who had helped each other for many years. One topic after another, they couldn't finish talking no matter how much they talked. The two of them were so carried away that they didn't notice the time. The waiter knocked on the door and said, It's been half an hour. Do you want to serve the dishes? Are your friends still here? Lu Yuan immediately said, Serve the dishes. Song Jining, let's wait. Nianji, Lu Jin, and Xiaoheng aren't here yet. Lu Yuan came back to his senses and nodded. I saw them serving the dishes. Call them to hurry them up. Song Jining picked up her phone and was about to call Gu Nianji first when she saw that there were several missed calls on her phone. They were all from Gu Nianji. Song Jining was surprised. Nianji called me. I didn't even know. Her phone was set to vibrate. When the call vibrated, she really didn't feel it. She was just chatting with Lu Yuan. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth curled up imperceptibly. He asked calmly, What's the matter, Nianji? Song Jining quickly called back. Gu Nianji picked up the phone after only one ring. She immediately said, Miss Song, it's really unfortunate today. I'm not feeling well. My dad and Major General Hua are taking me to the hospital. You and President Lu can eat. We won't be going over. Ha! Not feeling well. Where are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to come back and take you to the hospital? Song Jining was so nervous that she didn't even eat. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead. She had almost made a fool of herself. No need, no need. Gu Nianji quickly refused and said bluntly, My dad and Major General Hua are enough. Miss Song, you'll be causing trouble if you come back. Aren't I just concerned about you? Song Jining laughed. Gu Nianji could still be funny, which meant that her illness wasn't serious. Then I'll come see you after dinner. Song Jining asked with concern. Of course not. If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't held her on his lap and sat on the sofa, Gu Nianji would have jumped up. I even bought movie tickets. If you and President Lu don't go, I'll have bought the movie tickets for nothing. Miss Song, I can't go to the banquet today. You have to eat more. It's best if you eat my share too. Gu Nianji smiled. Also, I can't go to the movie. You have to watch it too. Tell me about it when you come back tonight. Song Jining smiled. You child. After hanging up the phone, she smoothed her hair and looked at her phone for a while. She smiled and shook her head. Nianji really has a lot of ideas. Lu Yuan's face was slightly red, but he still said calmly, Then let's eat first and then go to the movies. Nianji is treating anyway. She gave me all the money for the treat. Song Jining instinctively wanted to nod, but on second thought, it was just the two of them. It was too much like a date to watch a movie after dinner. This was the first watch of the day, chapter 1976, date. Today was the second watch, and the second watch was 8 p.m. P.S. I'll catch bugs in 2 days. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1988. Did he really have to do this? Song Jinning's fair cheeks quietly turned pink. She didn't know what to say for a moment, and she didn't dare to nod casually. She froze there, not knowing where to look. After the waiter served the dishes, Song Jinning was still in her original position. Lu Yuan was anxious for her neck. Without thinking too much, Lu Yuan's hand had already circled around Song Jinning's neck. He aimed at an acupuncture point and pressed it slightly. Song Jinning replied, "Emichim." Her stiff neck came back to life. Her face turned even redder, and she stared at Lu Yuan helplessly. CEO Lu. Before she could protest, Lu Yuan said, touching. Lu Yuan had already retracted his hand. He took the freshly squeezed coconut juice that the waiter had brought over and poured a cup for Song Jinning. He said with a smile, "Do you want coconut juice?" "Yes." Only then did Song Jinning nod her head and take a sip of it. Lu Yuan nonchalantly picked up a crab roast soup bun for her and placed it on her bowl. "This is not bad. Feel free to eat it." Song Jinning also picked it up with chopsticks and took a bite. She frowned and said without thinking, "It's just a so-so. It's not as good as what you cook." Because Gu Ninji liked seafood, Lu Yuan had picked up some seafood that he knew how to cook for her several times in the past month. Crab roast soup bun was one of them. Lu Yuan also picked up a crab roast soup bun and put it in his mouth to taste it. He said, "The ingredients of authentic crab roast soup bun are crab roe and crab meat, plus a little chicken soup and soup bun. It also has to be cooked with meat jelly. It's as thin as paper and as tender as paper." The crab roast soup bun here was prepared by the restaurant after all. It didn't use fresh hairy crabs to separate the crab roe and crab meat. It only used canned crab meat and salted duck egg yolk as a substitute. The meat jelly isn't freshly cooked, and the chicken soup is also canned chicken soup bought from the supermarket. Of course, it can't be compared to the one made at home. Song Jinning was stunned when she heard this. She unknowingly forgot her nervousness and embarrassment. She said, "You can even tell. Although I don't eat it as well as you do, but the difference isn't that big." Lu Yuan looked at her and smiled even deeper. "Really? If the difference isn't that big, eat more." As he spoke, he placed another crab roast soup dumpling on her plate. Then, he took the serving chopsticks and picked up the steamed shad. After removing the bones, he placed it on her plate and said, "The shad here is still fresh." Song Jinning rarely ate fish because she hated fish bones. However, Lu Yuan actually noticed that the shad that he had picked up from her plate had all been removed. A shad without bones was delicious. Song Jinning ate it so much that she almost swallowed her tongue. She smiled and said, if Ninji found out, she would be furious. She can't eat such delicious food. As she spoke, Song Jinning suddenly had an idea. She took out her phone and took a picture. After taking the picture, she posted it on her WeChat Moments with a caption, "Some people can't make it to dinner tonight. It's a pity. The shad is so delicious and there are no bones." In less than a minute, Song Jinning saw that someone had replied to her post. It was Gu Ninji. He mischievously replied to the post she had just posted, "I have to repeat the important thing 3 times, shad have no bones. A shad has no bones. A shad has no bones. How could a shad have no bones?" Of course, someone had picked the thorns. Look at the hand that's faintly visible in the mirror. I've already taken a screenshot, it's useless to delete it. Song Jinning's eyes widened as she searched the 9 Palace map. Sure enough, she saw that she had accidentally slapped Lu Yuan's hand in. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Song Jining subconsciously apologized to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. He also took out his phone to take a look. When he saw Song Jining's post and Gu Nianji's mischievous message, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yuan swiped his phone a few times and replied to Gu Nianji, "It's really delicious. Have you recovered from your illness? You can already take screenshots." Gu Nianji was currently in the kitchen of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. She watched Hua Xiaoheng cook seafood fried rice for her as she played on her phone. Gu Nianji noticed that someone had replied to her post on WeChat, so she quickly opened it to check. TSK, Chairman Liu is really going all out. Even a simple sentence could contain a faint, killing intent. How dare you threaten and bribe your girlfriend when you're wooing her? TSK. Gu Nianji replied to Lu Yuan's message and only made a few disdainful hand gestures and emoticons. Lu Yuan smiled and put away his phone. He said to Song Jining, "Nianji is a mischievous person. Don't mind her." Song Jining replied softly, "MHM." Lu Yuan's attitude was normal and peaceful. He was neither distant nor polite, nor intimate. The uneasiness in Song Jining's heart gradually subsided, and she was able to chat with Lu Yuan. Xiaoheng's 1-month vacation is coming to an end. He'll be back to work in 2 days. Nianji is also going to report to the Senate. Lu Jin is a professor there. President Lu, what do you plan to do in the future? Lu Yuan glanced at Song Jining and said, "I have 2 years to get out of the secret. I won't be able to do any related work for the next 2 years, so I want to help Lu Jin manage the company first." Oh. Professor Lu has set up a company. Song Jining's interest was piqued. What is he going to use to buy shares? Of course he's going to use his technology, Lu Yuan said. He showed Song Jining the patent that Lu Jin had just applied for. Here, this is his first patent. There's no need to think about it. He'll definitely be rich in the future. Electric car battery patent? That's amazing. Song Jining was full of praise. But if it's a patent, just authorize it, right? What kind of company does he want? He'll have a lot of patents in the future. It's better to open a separate company to take care of it. What Lu Yuan said was not a trade secret. Anyone could hear it. Of course, Song Jining wasn't an outsider. Other than state secrets, Lu Yuan was willing to share anything in his life with Song Jining. What do you mean by a lot? Song Jining's heart skipped a beat. Will this delay Professor Lu's teaching? No, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "We plan to set up an investment company. At present, his patented technology is his biggest asset. If he wants to cooperate with us, we don't want cash. We want the other party's shares." Song Jining didn't understand these business things very well. She could only nod and give him a look of admiration when she heard Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan was elated, but he could still maintain his composure. The meal lasted from 6:00 to 8:00. The waiter came over and walked back and forth between their seats several times. Lu Yuan and Song Jining finally paid the bill and left. "Let's go watch a movie." When they arrived at the parking lot, Lu Yuan naturally walked to Song Jining's car. "I didn't drive. I'll be your driver." Song Jining handed over the car keys and asked curiously, "Why didn't you drive? Is it too congested?" "It's fine today. There wasn't much traffic when I came over from work." Lu Yuan smiled faintly and said, "It's more convenient to take a taxi." Song Jining couldn't figure out why taking a taxi was more convenient than driving herself, but she wisely didn't ask. She opened the door on the other side and sat in. Lu Yuan had just left in Song Jining's car when Hou Guangchen got out of his own car. He looked at the familiar car with an obscure gaze. Naturally, He also saw the situation when Lu Yuan got into the car. Second brother, what are you looking at? Zhang Baochen got out of the car behind him. He didn't see Lu Yuan and Song Jining leave together. Huo Guanchen came back to his senses and said lightly, nothing much. I saw an acquaintance, 2 acquaintances. Zhang Baochen didn't mind. Go in. Miss Gua is already waiting inside. What a coincidence. Gua Huining suddenly asked the 2 of them out for a meal today. It was also at the Lake family. This was today's second update, chapter 1977, Should Have No Bones. P.S. I'll catch worms in 2 days. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1989. The incandescent lights in the parking lot emitted a pale light, illuminating the surroundings. Huo Guanchen found it irritating. Looking away, he followed Zhang Baochen out of the parking lot expressionlessly to the private room he had agreed to meet Gua Huining. It was also a private room by the window facing the water. Gua Huining sat alone, her face haggard as she stared blankly at the small lake outside the window, deep in thought. The waiter who had led them in knocked on the door and smiled. Miss Gua, your friends are here. Gua Huining turned around and sighed in relief when she saw Huo Guanchen. You're both here, please take a seat. Gua Huining greeted them warmly and asked the waiter to hurry up with the dishes. Huo Guanchen sat across from her and said dryly, I've already eaten, just a cup of tea will do. Zhang Baochen happily sat next to Huo Guanchen and smiled, I missed Miss Gua's dinner so much I haven't had a bite at home. Huo Guanchen was speechless. He frowned slightly and said softly, Baochen, do you have to be like this? Second brother, you're a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Ever since we left the Huo mansion, we haven't dared to eat freely outside. Who knows if we'll offend someone one day and lose our last job. Zhang Baochen spoke calmly and didn't care about his pride at all. Gua Huining knew a thing or two about the Zhang family situation and didn't take it to heart. Her goal was only to establish a relationship with Huo Guanchen through Zhang Baochen, including grandfather Huo's illness. Her ultimate goal was Huo Guanchen. He had a high status and was Huo Xiaoheng's biological father, Gu Nianji's future husband. If she wanted to marry into the Huo family, there was no way she wouldn't value Huo Guanchen. Gua Huining heard from Do Ayan that Huo Guanchen wasn't satisfied with her as a daughter-in-law and thought she came from an ordinary family. However, Huo Xiaoheng liked her so he didn't object. Gua Huining couldn't help pouting in disdain. She was not optimistic about Gu Nianji and Huo Xiaoheng's prospects at all. So what if they were engaged? She had been engaged to Hong Ziki for so many years and was still kicked out. Thinking of Hong Ziki, Gua Huining couldn't help but think of the conflict with the Hong Corporation. She waved for the waiter to refill Huo Guanchen's cup of tea. After the dishes were served, Gua Huining asked the waiter to close the door before raising her glass to Zhang Baochen and Huo Guanchen. I'm very grateful that the 2 of you could come today. She had only decided to invite Huo Guanchen and Zhang Baochen over for dinner when she received the news in the afternoon. He had purposely chosen this time. It had to be said that the timing she picked was too coincidental. Huo Guanchen was a busy man. He would never go to such last-minute invitations. But Gua Huining's case was special. The doctor she had hired had cured grandfather Huo, so Huo Guanchen had to give her face and help her. He raised his teacup and said calmly, Miss Gua invited us to dinner today to apologize to Gu Nianji. More than a month ago, Gua Huining had said that she had offended Gu Nianji and wanted to treat them to a meal. She would personally apologize to Gu Nianji during the meal. Huo Guanchen had already promised her, but after waiting for a month, there was still no dinner. Gua Huining finally couldn't sit still today, right? Gua Huining was even more embarrassed. She stammered for a while before saying, It's like this. The incident with Miss Gu is already in the past. Don't mention it again. Oh. She accepted your apology. TSK, the sun really rose from the west. She's changed. Zhang Baochen took a bite of food and couldn't stop shaking his head. Gua Huining didn't want to talk about it anymore. She coughed lightly and looked at Hu Guanchen. Using the most tactful and pleasant voice, she said softly, General Hua, I really don't have a choice. I'm at my wit's end. That's why I want to ask you for a favor. What favor? Hu Guanchen put down his teacup. As long as it's not against the law or our rules, I'll definitely help if I can. It was just a favor. Did she really have to add so many attributes in front of it? Gua Huining looked down. Her fingers fiddled with a white napkin anxiously. She thought for a while and said, It's like this. Because of my disagreement with Miss Gu, the Hong family and I became enemies. And because I had a different business philosophy from the older generation of the Hong family, there was a small mishap in the business. It's a long story. Basically, the old lady of the Hong family not only cancelled my engagement with her great-grandson, but also wanted me to compensate for her losses. Otherwise, she would sue me in court. She started crying as she spoke. She felt very wronged. Zhang Baochen looked at her in shock. He even forgot to eat his food. He quickly said, Weren't you engaged to Hong Ziki for several years? 7 or 8 years. Gua Huining smiled bitterly. I'm already in my 30s. I've spent my entire youth on the Hong Corporation and Hong Ziki. Now, they're asking me to leave just like that, kicking me out without any mercy. Her eyes reddened as she spoke of her heartbreak. She didn't need to pretend to feel this pain. She really was in so much pain that she couldn't control her emotions. Hu Guanchen and Zhang Baochen looked at each other. They couldn't bear to see her like this. Then, Miss Gua, do you mean that you want us to help plead with the Hong family? Hu Guanchen pondered for a while. He couldn't understand what Gua Huining meant. But we're not familiar with the Hong family. I'm afraid we won't be able to help. Zhang Baochen shrugged helplessly. He was too embarrassed to continue eating. Gua Huining quickly shook her head. She smiled through her tears. Of course not. You really don't know the Hong family. Why would I ask you to plead for me? As she spoke, she looked up at Hu Guanchen. Then, she quickly lowered her eyes. I have nothing now. I was chased out by the Hong family. I can't find a new job, and I have nowhere to go. The Hong family took back my house and shares. I'm homeless now. I can only stay in a hotel. My family isn't in this city. The only friends I'm familiar with here are the Hong family. Now that I've fallen out with them, I can't even find a job, she murmured. I wanted to ask if you two could help me find a job. I'm not picky. It's not expensive. I just need food and lodging. I can be a personal legal consultant or assistant. Zhang Baochen frowned. He said awkwardly, but I can't even protect myself. I've been unemployed for a long time. As he spoke, he looked at Hu Guanchen. He said carefully, Second brother, why don't you help her? Miss Gua is also a B University law graduate. It shouldn't be difficult for her to be your personal assistant and take care of your personal affairs, right? Hu Guanchen thought about it for a while. His position was so high that he couldn't have a personal assistant. His personal affairs were all taken care of by a personal secretary. But Gua Huining was truly pitiful. It was indeed because of her conflict with Gu Nianji. She had also found someone to help treat his father. He had to repay this favor. He thought about it. I can't have a personal assistant. But my father needs someone to help him take care of trivial matters. If Miss Gua doesn't mind, you can temporarily be my father's personal assistant. You can go after you find a job. Gua Huining's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Thank you, General Hua. I'll take good care of Grandfather Hua. You don't have to take care of him personally. Huo Guanchen smiled. He thought that this Miss Guo was really naive. I hired some people to take care of Grandfather Hua. There's a physiotherapist, nurse, nanny, chef, gardener, and hourly worker. You can help me take care of these people. I'll have to trouble you when I'm not at home. This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 1978, Full Man, Hungry Man. Today was the second chapter, 8 p.m. Moi moi, everyone, little angel. Chapter 1990. Guo Huining felt relieved and gratefully grasped Huo Guanchen's hand. Her worry quickly turned to joy and she shook Huo Guanchen's hand excitedly. Thank you, General Hua. Thank you, General Hua. I'll definitely help you take care of the people around Grandfather Hua. Huo Guanchen smiled and pulled his hand away. I hope Miss Guo doesn't think you're overqualified. You used to manage such a large company, and now you're helping us take care of Grandfather Hua. You're basically a housekeeper, of course not. I have nothing better to do now, so I'm more than happy to help you. Guo Huining was very enthusiastic and continued to ask, then when do you need me to start work? Zhang Baochen frowned. Second brother, father is living with us now. Can we take care of him ourselves? He was still hoping that he would be filial to his father so that he could ask Huo Guanchen for some benefits. They all knew that Grandfather Hua actually had nothing left. The only thing he could rely on was his filial son, Huo Guanchen. There was also Huo Guanchen's son, Huo Xiaoheng. Although he wasn't very obedient, he was still a grandson. He couldn't ignore his own grandfather's matters. Huo Guanchen smiled. Bao Chen, it's not easy to take care of the elderly, especially in father's situation. We need professionals. If you're willing, you can come and keep Grandfather Hua company every day. Oh. Really? Zhang Baochen perked up. Are we going to the Hua residence in the military HQ? Did this mean that their family could go back like this? As long as they could return to the Hua residence in the military HQ, at least Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie wouldn't have to worry about their jobs anymore. The departments that had fired them would definitely regret it now. Guo Huining was also a little excited. She didn't expect someone of Huo Guanchen's status to be so easy to deal with. He was much easier than Madame Hong. Her eyes widened and her entire face lit up. Where is the military HQ? General Hua, this is my cell phone number. Please send me your address. I'll go to your house tomorrow to help you take care of Grandfather Hua. Huo Guanchen raised his hand slightly to calm Zhang Baochen and Guo Huining down as he said, my grandfather's condition isn't suitable for him to return to the military compound for the time being. I have an apartment outside, and I've already renovated it over the past month. In a few days, I'll send a physiotherapist and nurse to Baochen's place to pick him up. Ah. Father, aren't you going back to the military compound? Zhang Baochen blurted out, unable to hide his disappointment. Huo Guanchen smiled nonchalantly. The military compound has very high security requirements. There are too many people taking care of the old man, so the background check would take too long. It's not practical. Besides, I'm busy with work now and don't have time to stay at home. It doesn't matter if you stay in the military compound or not. How could it be the same? Guo Huining and Zhang Baochen screamed in their hearts at the same time. However, in front of Huo Guanchen, neither of them dared to say a word. Guo Huining was the first to react. She smiled bitterly and said, that's good too. With my current condition, I don't think I'll be able to pass the background check. What happened to you? Huo Guanchen asked with concern. If it's not serious, I can think of something. Guo Huining didn't dare to hide anything. She told him about the incident with the Hong Corporation and said, I shouldn't have kept the battery from them, but it was an expedient measure for the sake of going public. Now, the other company is no longer pursuing the matter and has reached an agreement with the Hong Corporation to use the battery as long as they pay the patent fees and some interest. Damn it, old Madam Hong always looked down on me and wanted to kill me. Gua Huining said as she wiped her tears and sobbed. I've worked hard for so many years, even if I don't have any merits. In the end, not only did they chase me out, but they also took back my apartment. Her luxurious penthouse apartment, old Madam Hong is really cunning. Gua Huining gritted her teeth at the thought of it. How could they take back your apartment? Even Zhang Baochen was confused. Isn't your name on the property ownership certificate? Gua Huining choked and blushed. She said vaguely, it was bought under the company's name. I'm a senior executive and also the fiancé of the young master of the Hong Corporation. They said it was for me and that I'd transfer ownership after I got married. Wu Guanchen understood and nodded. He smiled and said, then the Hong Corporation is really being unkind. Although you're not married, you've been engaged to the young master of the Hong Corporation for so many years. Even if you break up, you don't have to take back the apartment. Gua Huining had never heard such caring words before. A strange feeling rose in her heart. She knew what she wanted ever since she graduated from university. All these years, she had been aggressive and relied on her own abilities to achieve a breakthrough in social class. Not only did she get engaged to the son of a wealthy family like Hong Ziki, but she also accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. However, all of these things were obtained through her hard work. She thought to herself, she earned every penny by herself, but what was there to be proud of? Those women who weren't as capable as her still had men to spend money on, but what about herself? Gua Huining's heart ached. She looked deeply at Hu Guanchen. There had never been a man who could tug at her heartstrings like Hu Guanchen did. He was powerful, mature, handsome, and as tall as a mountain. He could also take care of her emotions and give her the feeling that she could rely on him. She suddenly wanted to be a little woman. Even if she had to stay at home to take care of her husband and children and not go out to work, she would be happy to do so. Thank you, General Hua, for being fair. Gua Huining's eyes were red. I'm sorry, I'm too touched. Don't worry, leave Grandfather Hua to me. I'll help you take care of your other home. Also, I'm still in contact with Dr. Tony. If there's a need, we can get Dr. Tony to do regular checkups for Grandfather Hua. Hu Guanchen nodded slightly. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Gua. Oh yes, how much is the surgery fee for Dr. Tony? Can Miss Gua give us a copy of the bill? Zhang Baochen's heart tightened and his face contorted. He knew Hu Guanchen had money, but he couldn't even compare to Hu Guanchen. Fortunately, Hu Guanchen was considerate of Zhang Baochen's family situation. He added, I'll pay. Gua Huining smiled. You don't have to worry about that. When Dr. Tony came to the Huaxia Empire for a collaboration, the charity organization covered all the expenses. Grandfather Hua's surgery fee was included. That won't do. I'm a public official, I can't use the charity organization's donations. Hu Guanchen became serious. If Miss Gua doesn't bring the bill, then give me Dr. Tony's contact details. I'll get my personal secretary to contact him for the bill. General Hua is so selfless. Gua Huining smiled sheepishly. Her eyes flickered. I'll ask Dr. Tony when I get back and see how the charity organization handles the bill. Okay, the money paid by the charity organization can be returned. I can pay Dr. Tony's bill myself. Gua Huining nodded and sent a text to Do Ayin. Do Ayin received the text and quickly discussed the arrangements with her superiors. Hu Guanchen didn't stay long. He left after finishing a cup of tea, leaving Zhang Baochen and Gua Huining to continue eating dinner. Huo Guangchen leaned against the back seat of the car after coming out of house on the lake. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. He said to his personal secretary, "Get someone to check on Guo Huining's situation. See if she's telling the truth." Although Huo Guangchen didn't need to bring his personal secretary to a private dinner, he always brought other communication devices with him. Not only could he record the conversation, but he could also record it. This was so that the security personnel and personal secretary who didn't go in could keep track of the situation inside. If anything happened, they could deal with it immediately. Huo Guangchen's people had seen and heard what happened in the private room of the restaurant. Of course, they knew what Guo Huining had said about her experience. "Okay, Chief. We've already checked." Huo Guangchen's personal secretary showed him the information. Huo Guangchen nodded. He looked out the window and thought about what he saw earlier. His elder brother and his ex-wife got into the same car and drove away. Are they on a date? And then. This is today's second chapter, chapter 1979, Easy to Talk to. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1991. Huo Guangchen clenched his fists involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let's go." In the parking lot, several custom-made bulletproof cars quietly drove out of the gate and onto the road in front of the restaurant. Zhang Baochen and Guo Huining came out of the private room and stood by the window on the other side of the second floor to watch Huo Guangchen's motorcade drive away. The two did not speak for a long time. After a long time, Guo Huining asked quietly, "Mr. Zhang, does General Huo always make such a big show every time he goes out?" Although she had been engaged to Hong Ziki for so many years, she hadn't seen many real bigwigs. She had met Huo Xiaoheng twice in the past, but Huo Xiaoheng had never been surrounded like this in front of friends. It was difficult for Guo Huining to connect Huo Xiaoheng's image with Huo Guangchen, a high-ranking official who had guards everywhere and had cars clearing the way for him. No wonder Mr. Huo Guangchen was a general. This was the grandeur he deserved, Guo Huining grumbled in her heart. Zhang Baochen also looked enviously in the direction of Huo Guangchen's motorcade. He whispered, "What's this?" This was just the most ordinary entourage. If it's a business trip, it'll be even grander. Bigger. Guo Huining was shocked. How much bigger? Older than the Prime Minister. Of course it has to be big. Zhang Baochen turned around in disdain. My second brother is the director of the military's political department. Do you know what rank that is? Under the same rank, the director of the political department is half a rank higher than other military officers. Ah. You really know a lot. Guo Huining suddenly had an idea. She respectfully invited Zhang Baochen back to the private room and ordered a bottle of fine red wine. She poured him a glass and began to ask about the Huo family, especially Huo Guangchen's military position and rank. Zhang Baochen had lived in the Huo family for so many years that he was familiar with the basic situation. That was why he could not stop talking. However, Zhang Baochen had no idea what Huo Guangchen and Huo Xiaoheng's jobs were. He only knew their titles and ranks, and nothing else. However, just this alone was enough to broaden Guo Huining's horizons. As if she had opened the door to a new world, Guo Huining couldn't help but secretly plan. After dinner, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Guo Huining and Zhang Baochen were already tipsy when they came out of the house on the lake. Guo Huining felt goosebumps all over her arms as the cold night wind blew past her. Both of them were drunk and couldn't drive. However, Zhang Baochen didn't have a car, and Guo Huining couldn't drive her car out for the time being. Therefore, after saying goodbye at the entrance of the restaurant, both of them called their own cars. Guo Huining waited for Zhang Baochen to get in the car before she got into her own. After the car drove away, Do Ayan, who was sitting in the front seat, turned around and smiled. Huining, how was it today? Did they agree to help? Gua Huining smiled and tucked her medium-length hair behind her ear. She said slowly, General Hua is a good person. He's very compassionate. When he heard how the Hong family treated me, he was filled with indignation. Ah. So he's really going to help you. Do Ian was overjoyed. How are they going to help? Old Madam Hong won't let you off easily. I'm worried about you. Don't worry, the Hong family won't dare to do anything to me. Gua Huining said confidently. General Hua has already agreed to let me stay at his house and help him look after the house. Although it's only temporary, I'm now considered General Hua's man. If the Hong family wants to mess with me, let's see if they have the guts to challenge General Hua. Ah! Do Ian screamed. If it wasn't for the seatbelt, she would probably have happily climbed from the front seat to the back. But even if she couldn't climb over, she stretched her neck and asked excitedly, General Hua really agreed to let you stay at his house? He's protecting you. No way. Gua Huining blushed. She purposely didn't say that she wasn't going to the Hua family's mansion in the military compound, but Hua Guanchen's house outside. She pretended to be modest. Actually, I'm just going to help look after the house, like a housekeeper. You know how many people there are in the Hua family. General Hua can't manage everything by himself. Grandfather Hua is also out of the hospital, so there are a lot of physiotherapists, nurses, nannies, hourly workers, gardeners and cooks. There are at least 10 or 20 people in total. He's too busy with work and can't manage everything, so he asked me to help. TSK. Huining, you're so lucky. Do Ian gave her a thumbs up and winked. As far as I know, General Hua is still single after his divorce. If you can develop a relationship with General Hua, why would you be afraid of Gunyanji? I'm afraid she'll be begging you on her knees. Gua Huining felt very comfortable. She ran her hand through her hair and smiled. Ian, you're exaggerating. I'm only General Hua's housekeeper. How can I have that much power? But General Hua did say that the Hong family is too much. That's right. Do Ian was young, but she loved to think about relationships. She quickly analyzed it for Gua Huining. If a single man can let a single woman live in his house, even if it's just housekeeping and managing the servants, there's a different meaning to it. At least he doesn't hate you. In fact, he even likes you. No way. Gua Huining blushed even more. She denied it. I really don't. Ian, don't talk nonsense. I'm just doing a friend a favor. General Hua helped me so much, so I'm returning the favor. Even if he doesn't pay me, I'll still help him take care of the house so he doesn't have to worry about his family. TSK. That's good and virtuous. Do Ian joked. She deliberately exaggerated. Huining, I think you and Hong Ziki haven't been together all these years because God is helping you. He thinks Hong Ziki isn't good enough for you, so he won't let you two get married. See, isn't a better match just around the corner? Huining, when you become General Hua's wife in the future, don't forget about our company. Do Ian's flattery came from her family. Gua Huining was from a normal family and hadn't grown up in such an environment. Her flattery skills were naturally not as good as Do Ian's, and it wasn't easy for her to distinguish between flattery and truth. She was overjoyed by Do Ian's words and could only maintain a trace of rationality. She denied it with a smile. No. Ian, you're exaggerating. We haven't even gotten married yet. Actually, in her heart, she had already secretly sketched out the 8 characters. After Do Ian dropped Gua Huining off at the hotel, she quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. There's a change in the situation. Gua Huining is going to be a housekeeper for the Hua family. The voice on the other side of the phone seemed to be through a voice changer. It was a strange, high-pitched male voice. Gua Huaining is going to be a housekeeper for the Hua family. Which Hua family? Which Hua family? Of course it's Major General Hua's Hua family. More accurately, it's Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanchen's family. Do Ayin said with certainty. She knew Gua Huaining was bluffing, but there was no way to lie about being a housekeeper. It was most likely true. Really? The person on the other end of the phone also seemed excited. She's really going to be a housekeeper for the Hua family. That Hua Guanchen hasn't remarried after his divorce. Yes, he's still single. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Do Ayin said with slight jealousy towards Gua Huaining. She continued, but I don't think she's going to the Hua Manor in the military HQ. It's heavily guarded and she won't be able to get in. It should be one of the Hua family's other residences. This idiot, she hadn't expected her luck to be so good. Other than being slightly older, Hua Guanchen was miles ahead of Hong Ziki in every aspect. The person on the other end of the phone immediately said, then we'll have to change our plans. Keep an eye on Gua Huaining and encourage her to pursue Hua Guanchen. If she can really become Gu Nianji's mother-in-law, I'll give her a Sihiyuan in the second ring road as a dowry. Do Ayin clicked her tongue and nodded reluctantly. Okay, I'll try. Don't be too concerned, someone like Hua Guanchen wouldn't be interested in Gua Huaining. He'd only be playing around at most. How do you know? Gua Huaining isn't bad either. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to disagree with her. Do Ayin laughed. You don't know about that. I grew up in the upper echelons of society. They're very cautious about getting married. It's even more difficult for someone like General Hua to get married. He has to go through the most stringent background checks. Do you think Gua Huaining will be able to pass the background checks with all the loopholes in her background? The person on the other end of the phone fell silent. Do Ayin continued, also, aren't you afraid that the military will find out about us during the background checks on Gua Huaining? Her words were too serious. The person on the other end of the phone paused before changing his tone. Forget it then. We'll stick to the plan. Do Ayin nodded in satisfaction. She thought to herself, Gua Huaining was just bragging to raise her status. Who would actually believe her? After hanging up the phone, she looked at the night sky outside the car window and suddenly realized that this online character of hers, who had never shown her face, didn't seem to be from a good family. He didn't even know about the tacit rules of the upper class. This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 1980, the stroke of the 8 character. Today is the second watch period. The second watch period is 8 p.m. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1992. Song Jining and Lu Yuan walked into the cinema and went to the screening hall where they had bought tickets. They found that there weren't many people. Perhaps because it was an old film, there were only a few people sitting in the hall. Gu Nianji had bought a family ticket, so there were several seats next to each other. There were also partitions on both sides to block the view of others, so there was a certain degree of privacy. However, because Gu Nianji, Lu Jin, and Hua Xiaoheng weren't here, Song Jining and Lu Yuan sat there like a couple seat because there were only the two of them. Song Jining said uncomfortably, "Why don't we change seats? There are so many empty seats." Lu Yuan looked at her and smiled. "Most of the seats in this theater are empty. Where are you going to sit? Do you not like this movie? Shall we buy the tickets? What movies are there?" Song Jining asked awkwardly. Lu Yuan took out his phone and looked up the name of the movie for her to see. Iron Man, Marvel's Challenge, Thor is awesome, just the name itself was unbearable. Song Jining felt even more awkward. She whispered, "Is that all you have? Looks like I'm getting old." Let's watch Reappearance of the Past. Nianji has good taste. Lu Yuan said calmly, I'll go buy drinks and snacks. What do you want to drink? What would you like to eat? I just had dinner. How can I still eat? Song Jining came back to her senses and refused with a smile. Lu Yuan said, if you don't want to eat it, then leave it. What if you want to eat it? Without waiting for an explanation, he turned around and went out to buy drinks and snacks, placing them on the tray beside him. I bought you a bottle of water. It's easy to get thirsty after eating today's dishes, Lu Yuan said as he placed a bottle of purified water on Song Jining's side. Thank you, Song Jining said out of habit. Lu Yuan wanted to say that there was no need to be so polite with him, but he felt that it was a little abrupt and too deliberate. He was worried that he would scare Song Jining away, so he didn't say anything and just nodded. Soon, the lights in the theater dimmed and the movie began. Just by looking at the name of the movie, Song Jining and Lu Yuan thought that this was a warm nostalgic movie. Both of them felt that this kind of film was more suitable for them since they were older. He had been silently praising Gu Nianji in his heart. However, after the movie started, the two of them realized that they had made a huge mistake. How was this a heartwarming nostalgia film? It was simply a fast-paced 3D horror film. Song Jining was a scientist. She had always politely declined those kinds of movies that depicted supernatural beings. However, this film was not only visually impressive, but it was also a psychological horror film. There were very few people in the screening hall, and the realistic sound effects echoed in the empty hall, setting off the terrifying atmosphere very well. When she saw the female lead walk out of the bathroom and heard the familiar voice of the person outside, she happily greeted him. However, when the other person turned around, she saw a completely different person. The female lead held her head and let out a hysterical scream. Song Jining's scalp went numb and she subconsciously hid in Lu Yuan's direction. Lu Yuan quietly stretched out his arm and hugged Song Jining in his arms. Feeling the warmth of Lu Yuan's chest and the strength of his arm, Song Jining's nervous mood was relieved. Song Jining held her breath the whole time, but she couldn't bear to stop watching. She couldn't pretend to be a little girl who covered her eyes but peeked through the gaps of her fingers. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was understanding and told her about the progress of the plot as if nothing had happened. Seeing the terrifying scene, he could even analyze with her how this kind of special effect was done to distract Song Jining's nervousness. When the ending music started playing in the cinema, the lights gradually brightened. Song Jining realized that she was still leaning against Lu Yuan's arms, so she quickly dodged away. She blushed and said, Nianji is really a mischievous person. She chose this kind of movie. The two of them weren't interested in movies to begin with, so they didn't even read the introduction of the movie. They directly speculated the nature of the movie from the title, and it was indeed tragic. Lu Yuan also secretly criticized himself for being too careless. Gu Nianji was mischievous. He knew that it wouldn't be a simple movie. However, after coming out of the cinema, Lu Yuan naturally held Song Jining's hand. Song Jining was slightly startled. She wanted to break free, but Lu Yuan held on tightly. He didn't look at her. His expression was calm, and his gaze was calm as he looked ahead. He said calmly, "This place is dark. Be careful not to fall." Song Jining. Dark? She looked up at the bright streetlights above her head. Had she seen wrongly? She raised her head and complained in her heart that Lu Yuan's excuse was too lame. However, her feet suddenly felt empty, and her body fell to the side. Lu Yuan was quick to react. He half picked her up to avoid spraining her ankle. Song Jining was embarrassed. Lu Yuan was really too cunning. He had completely predicted the consequences of his words, which was why he dared to boast shamelessly. There were streetlights here, but he said, "This place is dark." With Song Jining's temper, she would definitely look up at the streetlights and then criticize him in her heart for spouting nonsense. The consequence of not looking at the road in an unfamiliar place was that she would fall. His logic was perfect. Lu Yuan laughed. I'm not wrong, am I? This place is indeed dark. Dark? It didn't exist. As long as there was a long way to go, she would feel the existence of light, shining warmly and accompanying her. Song Jining took a deep breath and watched the white air she exhaled drift into the cold night sky of the imperial capital in late autumn. She really didn't feel cold. The last time she felt so warm and secure was when she was in her teens and had just started college. At that time, her father and mother were still around. Life had just begun, and her future still had unlimited possibilities. She was a genius girl, a stunning beauty, and also came from a scholarly family. Such a girl was destined to be an existence that everyone looked up to in college. However, she was neither spoiled nor violent. What she liked the most was to do physics problems and discuss all kinds of cutting-edge physics theories and experimental results with people. Every day, she would carry a big backpack between the library and the dormitory. It was the most beautiful scenery in college, and it also stayed in the memories of many students. Just like Song Jining's brain circuit, Lu Yuan also thought of Song Jining's situation when she was in college. When he opened the car door, he said slowly, "The first time I saw you was when I went to your school to carry out a mission. I saw you arguing with your classmates about the results of the experiment." Song Jining curled her lips into a smile and said, "It was quite fun at that time. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, and I dared to challenge any theory." Lu Yuan nodded. "It was that night, when you returned to the dormitory from the laboratory, you met a few hooligans who wouldn't let go." Song Jining was stunned, and her mind quickly recalled the situation that day. She remembered very clearly that the school's physics laboratory was built on the side of the campus. At that time, the school hadn't undergone any major construction. The place was large, and there were hillsides and woods. There were many barren places. She met those hooligans on the small path. She couldn't even call the school police, and there were no cell phones at that time. She couldn't get rid of those hooligans, so she could only ride her bicycle and leave quickly when they weren't paying attention. However, those hooligans were all riding motorcycles, so it would have been difficult for her to escape. However, after riding for a while, she realized that those hooligans didn't chase after her. She even turned around to look strangely. In the end, she only saw a tall figure with his back facing her. His figure was strong and his movements were swift. In just a few moves, he had knocked those hooligans to the ground and stepped on them. That figure left a deep impression on her. So much so that one day, when she saw Huo Guanchen for the first time, she was attracted to his back. She remembered it very clearly because she met Huo Guanchen the next day. As soon as he saw her, he began to pursue her crazily, and she didn't struggle much before she got together with him. Could it be that the person who saved her that night wasn't Huo Guanchen, but Huo Guanyuan, Lu Yuan? The two of them were biological brothers. They were about the same height, and their backs were very similar. Song Jining looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. She took a few steps behind and looked at his back again. Was it really Lu Yuan? After she got together with Huo Guanchen, she had asked him this question vaguely. Huo Guanchen didn't answer. He just pulled her over and kissed her for a long time. She thought that he had tacitly agreed. After she got together with Huo Guanchen, he brought her home. Because of the preconceived notions, when she saw Huo Guanyuan again, even though their backs were similar, Song Jining didn't doubt it at all. Because these two were brothers to begin with. What was so strange about their backs being the same? Song Jining wasn't a meticulous person who liked to ponder over such things endlessly. If Huo Guanyuan hadn't taken the initiative to mention it, she wouldn't have known about this dusty past. This is the real reappearance of the past. She smiled and looked at Lu Yuan gently. What were you doing at our school that night? I remember it was already very late. She didn't expect the two of them to remember the past from decades ago. Lu Yuan's voice was also very gentle. I originally had a mission to go to your school to convey the opinion of our military to your tutor. Later, I found out that someone was going to harm you, so I stayed behind. Song Jining. After dinner and watching a movie, it was almost 11:00 when Lu Yuan and Song Jining returned to the apartment. The two of them opened the door and said, "Good night," in the living room before quietly returning to their room. When Song Jining closed her bedroom door, she shook her head with a smile. What was wrong with her? It was just a meal with her friends and a movie. Why did she have to be so sneaky like a thief? It was all because of Gu Nianji. She almost subconsciously didn't want to alarm her. Perhaps she also had a guilty conscience. Her heart had been beating very fast since she had told her everything that night. This kind of panic was really speechless for someone of her age to be so flustered. She shook her head and wanted to go to the bathroom to take a bath to calm herself down. Her phone suddenly rang. She opened it and saw that it was a text message from Lu Yuan. I was very happy to watch a movie with you. I hope I can continue watching it with you in the future. Song Jining wanted to refuse, but her fingers didn't listen to her. She sent the word "okay" for some reason. This was the second update of today, Chapter 1981, The Back View Again. There were 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1993. Lu Yuan saw Song Jining's "okay" in his room, and his usually calm face couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. He couldn't help dialing Song Jining's number. Song Jining regretted that her fingers didn't listen to her. Although she could delete the previous message, wouldn't it be even more awkward if Lu Yuan had already seen it? Just as she was hesitating, she saw Lu Yuan call. She pursed her lips, swiped open her phone, and picked up the call. Lu Yuan didn't say anything at first, and she didn't say anything either. The two of them held their phones and waited quietly for a while. Lu Yuan came back to his senses first and said very gently, "I just wanted to ask you if you want to have supper." Song Jining's heart, which was about to jump out of her throat, slowly returned to normal. She and Lu Yuan had had dinner together, but it was the first time the two of them had eaten alone. She felt a little uncomfortable and didn't eat much. Later, they watched a movie, and after watching the movie, she went through an emotional shock. After dragging it out until now, she was really a little hungry. Song Jining covered her stomach, and her voice was also gentle. "My stomach is a little uncomfortable. I want to have some porridge." Lu Yuan nodded. "I don't think you ate much tonight. I'll go cook millet porridge to nourish your stomach. Take a shower first, and I'll call you when it's done." Song Jining nodded and suggested, "Make some supper for Nianji and Professor Lu too. It's all thanks to Nianji today. Look at how much effort she put in to find us such a warm and nostalgic movie." Lu Yuan could hear some resentment in Song Jining's tone, and he chuckled. "Okay, I'll cook for them." Actually, even if Song Jining hadn't said anything, Lu Yuan would have prepared supper for the father and daughter. The consequences of only preparing supper for Song Jining and not for Lu Jin and Gu Nianji was something Lu Yuan couldn't bear in his life. Besides, the movie that Gu Nianji had picked was too much to Lu Yuan's liking. Even if it was for the reward, he had to make her a good supper. Half an hour later, Song Jining came out of her room after taking a shower. When she came to the dining room, she found that Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were already sitting in the dining room. "Ha! What is it? It smells so good." Song Jining sat down with a smile and looked at the thing in Gu Nianji's bowl. 3 delicacies wonton. CEO Lu wrapped it himself. Gu Nianji scooped out an exquisitely carved wonton for Song Jining to see. There's mashed shrimp, egg, and minced meat inside. The ingredients aren't special, but the combination. Tisk, it's completely masterful. At this moment, Lu Yuan came out of the kitchen with a tray and placed 3 bowls of dessert in front of the 3 of them. Rose milk bird's nest, try it and see if it tastes the same as the one at the Hong Corporation Hotel. Lu Yuan then said to Song Jining, I'll bring you millet porridge. Eat millet porridge first, then eat rose milk bird's nest. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin didn't say anything. As they ate happily, they smiled as they watched Lu Yuan try to curry favor with Song Jining. Song Jining's stomach was rumbling with hunger, so she quickly said, I'll go get it myself. Do you still have San Xian wontons? It smells nice. Also, you eat the porridge first. Lu Yuan glanced at Gu Nianji and Lu Jin. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin immediately lowered their heads at the same time and focused on eating the love supper that Lu Yuan had carefully cooked. Lu Yuan and Song Jining went to the kitchen together. The 2 of them didn't come out, so they placed the millet porridge on the kitchen counter for breakfast. Song Jining sat on a high stool and ate the millet porridge while watching Lu Yuan cook the San Xian wontons for her. After Gu Nianji finished her supper, she wanted to clean up the dishes and bring them to the kitchen. However, she stopped at the kitchen door. In the slightly dimly lit kitchen, the background music that sounded like flowing water was playing from the Bluetooth speaker. Song Jining and Lu Yuan, one sitting and one standing, chatted casually. From time to time, they would look at each other and smile, revealing the calmness and warmth of life. Gu Nianji didn't want to ruin the atmosphere between the 2 of them. She quietly turned around and put the tray back on the dining table. She pulled Lu Jin and tiptoed out of the dining room, leaving the area to Lu Yuan and Song Jining. Excited, she pulled Lu Jin into her bedroom. After closing the door, her eyes were strangely bright. Dad, did you see that? President Lu and Ms. Song have a chance. Lu Jin looked at her in amusement and said, Why are you so excited? Aren't you excited? The 2 of them missed out on so much. Gu Nianji almost had a book in her mind. Lu Jin shrugged. Why should I be excited? When Boss Lu strikes, he never misses. Gu Nianji, okay, this person was really confident in Lu Yuan. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa and held her head with her hand. She said in fascination, It's not strange for President Lu to make a move, but Miss Song can accept him. I think she's braver than President Lu. Lu Jin didn't understand. He walked to Gu Nianji's side and sat down. He frowned and asked, Why is Miss Song braver? Shouldn't this be a matter between the 2 of them? And it was Boss Lu who made the first move. It was obviously Boss Lu who was braver. Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. You can't say that. Miss Song's situation is even more complicated. You see, she was married to President Lu's brother and had a son. Lu Jin was even more confused and interrupted her. They're already divorced. What's the problem? Gu Nianji, no problem, but what do people think? Gu Nianji didn't notice and tried to explain to Lu Jin what interpersonal relationships was. Unfortunately, Lu Jin had suffered from severe interpersonal disorder for many years, so he couldn't understand Gu Nianji's concerns at all. His frown deepened. But Miss Song and Ho Guanchin are already divorced. Why can't she find another man? So what if that man is Ho Guanchin's brother? The law doesn't prohibit this, does it? Of course not. Gu Nianji felt her mouth go dry. She was really stupid. Why was she trying to say such things to Lu Jin? In Lu Jin's mind, as long as there were no genetic defects, he didn't even think it was a big deal to marry a close relative. Not to mention the insignificant comments of the masses. Nianji, why do you care about these completely meaningless words? Lu Jin was very confused and said disdainfully, anyone who gossips about Ms. Song and Boss Lu is a potential mental patient with a twisted mind. You should advise them to see a psychiatrist. If it's serious, they should go straight to the psychiatrist. Gu Nianji, she raised her hands. Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such things to you. You're still a good child if you know you're wrong. Lu Jin smiled and patted her head. All right, I'm going back to my room. You should go to bed early too. Gu Nianji was defeated. She got up weakly to send him off. Dad, I'm going back to work in the Senate tomorrow. What do you plan to do tomorrow? I don't have classes tomorrow. I'll send you to work in the Senate. Lu Jin smiled. I also want to see what my girl works like. Gu Nianji agreed and looked in the direction of the dining room and kitchen with Lu Jin. The soft lights were still on, and the music was still as pleasant and soft as flowing water. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled. She whispered, Dad, please walk softly. Lu Jin nodded and carefully returned to his bedroom. Gu Nianji closed the bedroom door, took out her phone, and sent Hua Xiaoheng a text message, it's late. I'm going to bed. Don't come over today. Hua Xiaoheng was in a meeting in the conference room at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. After a months-long vacation, he had officially returned to work. He had been away from his job for more than a year, and he had too many things to deal with. Today was an emergency. At around 8:00, he was called back to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces to listen to the report from his subordinates. He didn't see Gu Nianji's text message immediately. It wasn't until the meeting ended that he took back his phone and smiled. The next morning, when Gu Nianji and Lu Jin woke up, they found breakfast on the dining table in the dining room. Lu Yuan left a note saying that he had sent Song Jining to work. Lu Jin was very unhappy and muttered. I also work at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Why didn't Boss Lu send me off? Gu Nianji laughed and patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. Dad, aren't you going to work in the Senate with me? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Lu Jin laughed. Boss Lu values his girlfriend more than his friends. I won't lower myself to his level. That's right, that's right. Gu Nianji smiled and comforted him. You have a daughter, but President Lu has nothing. Yes, he's indeed quite pitiful, Lu Jin said sympathetically. His mood was balanced, and he began to eat breakfast happily. As long as there was delicious food, Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were willing to maintain the status quo. However, Lu Yuan was indeed only sending Song Jining to work at the Institute of High Energy Physics. He had an appointment with his fund manager early this morning to see how much the inheritance that Hua Xiaoheng had passed to his mother was worth. Was it enough to start an investment banking company? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1982, Boss Lu has never missed. Today was the second update, 8:00 in the evening. Moi, my little angels. Chapter 1994. The fund manager that Lu Yuan had made an appointment with was just a low-level fund manager that he had casually found at Carlyle International Investment Company, Limited. Carlyle International Investment Company, Limited was a large investment bank headquartered in the United States. It was ranked the highest in the world in terms of assets under management. Lu Yuan pretended not to understand anything and placed the information that Hua Xiaoheng had given him in front of the fund manager. He smiled and said, "This is the inheritance that I just received not long ago. I've been abroad for many years and just came back recently. I don't know how much these things are worth. Can you help me calculate?" In the inheritance left by Lu Yuan's mother, Xie Xian, cash only accounted for a small portion. Most of it was investment assets. For example, stocks, private company shares, bonds, antiques, jewelry, and precious metals. Most of the private companies that he owned shares in were mineral resources from all over the world. The value of these things could not be determined just by looking at the financial report. It required a professional financial analyst to estimate. The fund manager took the printed information from Lu Yuan's hand with a professional smile. He still felt a little contemptuous in his heart. He thought to himself, what era is this? It's so old-fashioned to print on paper. As expected, people who came back from abroad are much more old-fashioned than people in China. However, when he lowered his head and saw the brief description of cash on the first page of the document, he immediately felt embarrassed. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief and said with a dry laugh, "Mr. Lu, is this your share of the inheritance? Can you provide me with a bank certificate? Is this the bank certificate of this cash?" Lu Yuan pointed at his materials. "They're all inside. Most of the cash is deposited in foreign banks, and a portion of it is transferred to domestic banks for daily expenses. Is there a problem?" "No, no." The man hurriedly waved his hand, but he still stood up. He nodded and bowed as he said, "But your amount is too large. It's beyond my scope of authority. I'll ask our executive director and the chief analyst of the Pacific Rim region to take over your case." Lu Yuan nodded nonchalantly. He leaned against the chair opposite the fund manager and raised his hand. "Go ahead." The fund manager was frightened by Lu Yuan's attitude. He thought that he might have provoked an invisible tycoon. He did not even dare to complain in his heart. He left his office in a panic and went to report to his superior. In a capitalistic society, everything was ranked according to one's wealth. Investment banks, which were obviously capital-operated companies, spoke with money. The most obvious manifestation was the level of the customers. Of course, the more money a customer had, the higher the level of importance. Therefore, the higher the level of the staff who took care of such customers. According to the assets that Lu Yuan had thrown out, just looking at the amount of cash deposit, it was enough for Carlyle to send out an executive director and a regional chief analyst to provide services for him. Lu Yuan sat calmly in the fund manager's small office. His expression was calm and natural. He was neither cold nor domineering, nor warm and humble. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Deputy Director Jia looked at Lu Yuan through the surveillance screen. She spun the pen in her hand and said with great interest, "This person is too arrogant. Can't we really find any information about him? The time was too short. I only found out that he came back from abroad and had just inherited a fortune." "Abroad? Which country? If he was overseas, how could our company not find out where he came from?" Deputy Director Jia raised an eyebrow. "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. How do you support department's work?" "Director Jia, I've found out about his overseas experience. It's just very ordinary. I can't see anything special about it." The person quickly placed Lu Yuan's overseas experience in front of Deputy Director Jia. "Look, he went abroad to study in his early years, and then naturally stayed abroad to work. He was promoted all the way, but after he became a director, he resigned and started his own small business. He returned to China not long ago and rested for a while. He didn't continue to work. Now it seems that he inherited a fortune." Deputy Director Jia flipped through the information sent by his subordinate and felt confident. He teased, "All right, he really has a mine at home. Go ask Demon Girl E if she's free to come with me to meet the big client." The subordinate quickly went to Yi Xinyan's office, knocked on the door, and asked, "Miss E, there's a big client." Deputy Director Jia asked if you want to meet him together. Yi Xinyan saw that it was Deputy Director Jia who wanted her to go, so she didn't ask further. "Okay, I have 15 minutes." She packed up her laptop and carried it to the conference room. Lu Yuan had already been invited from the fund manager's office to the luxurious conference room for big clients. Deputy Director Jia was already waiting here. He was introducing their conference room to Lu Yuan and said with a smile, "There's a special anti-eavesdropping device here. Don't worry, our conversation is absolutely confidential and won't be eavesdropped by any third party." Lu Yuan smiled, bowed slightly, and said, "It doesn't matter if you hear it. I'm not lying." Deputy Director Jia almost couldn't hold back his smile. At this moment, Yi Xinyan pushed the door open and came in. She saw Lu Yuan sitting against the light. His half-smile was like a magnet, firmly attracting others' attention, making it impossible for them to turn their eyes away. His posture was not arrogant at all. Instead, he was very calm and very polite, but there was a hint of strangeness and estrangement in his politeness. It was this bit of strangeness and estrangement that made him appear even more unfathomable. This was a capable man. Yi Xinyan quickly came to a conclusion in her heart. She had seen many rich people, but ordinary rich people couldn't compare to this man's aura. Although she didn't know this person's true identity, Yi Xinyan could already tell that Lu Yuan's level wasn't something an ordinary tycoon could compare to. The smile on her face became more sincere. She walked in a dignified manner and sat next to Deputy Director Jia. She reached out her hand to Lu Yuan. "Mr. Lu. I'm Yi Xinyan, an analyst from the Carlyle Company. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me." Lu Yuan's gaze looked over and slowly slid from her beautiful face to her outstretched hand. Her fingers were slender and fair, and her nails were properly trimmed. She didn't wear any nail polish, so she looked fresh and clean. Lu Yuan nodded and didn't shake Yi Xinyan's hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Nice to meet you. Actually, the two of you don't have to make such a big fuss. I just want to know the valuation of my assets." Yi Xinyan and Deputy Director Jia looked at each other and made up their minds to keep this big client's assets in their company to manage. "Mr. Lu, we will use all of our company's resources to provide you with the most professional services." Yi Xinyan spoke. Her voice was a little hoarse, but it wasn't obvious. It just sounded a little low, like the voice of a contralto singer. It sounded very pleasant to the ears to most people, but Lu Yuan wasn't an ordinary person. He could tell from her voice that Yi Xinyan's vocal cords had been injured, so her voice was a little abnormally low and hoarse. There was a subtle difference between a natural contralto and a bass voice caused by an injury to her vocal cords. Generally speaking, this kind of difference could only be detected with professional equipment. However, Lu Yuan had received so much high-intensity training, and his own hearing was more sensitive than the average person's, so he could determine if the other party's voice was normal without relying on professional equipment. He smiled at Yi Xinyan and said, "Miss Yi, do you talk to clients a lot every day?" Yi Xinyan was stunned for a moment. "Not a lot, right? What's wrong?" "Mr. Lu, if you have something to say, just say it. It's not a lot. Why would you talk about vocal cords being injured?" Lu Yuan smiled meaningfully. "Do you investment banks do business entirely by relying on your glib tongue? I think I have to consider your professional abilities again. I admire people who work hard, not people who only know how to talk big." Deputy Director Jia was furious, but Lu Yuan's assets were too tempting. He had no choice but to suppress his anger and smile obsequiously. "Mr. Lu, you're overthinking it. Miss Yi is the best analyst in our company. She's the best at value estimation, and she also has an actuary certificate. With her around, your valuation will definitely not be wrong. She's that good." Lu Yuan seemed to be convinced. He looked Yi Xinyan up and down again and praised her with a smile. "I didn't expect Miss Yi to be so young and beautiful, and her professional abilities are so strong. It's really rare." Xinyan stroked the Hermes scarf she was wearing around her neck with one hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Liu, your observation skills are really sharp." My throat was indeed injured. When I was young, I liked to eat fish, but it was stuck by a bone. It was very serious, and I had to have surgery to remove the bone. My vocal cords were damaged as a result, but it didn't affect my speech. Lu Yuan revealed a sympathetic look. "That's a pity. But it's a blessing in disguise." Miss Yi's voice is very pleasant to hear. "I apologize for what I said just now. I hope Miss Yi won't take offense." "No, no," Xinyan said with a smile and blinked mischievously. "I will provide the best service and value your assets. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied." Only if the valuation went smoothly could she further convince Lu Yuan to let their company be the manager of Lu Yuan's assets. Investment banks dealt with the business of these rich people. Lu Yuan stood up. "Okay, I'll leave this information here. You guys estimate the value first. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." The bait had already been left. Whether the fish took the bait or not was up to the fish. This was today's second update, Chapter 1983, There's a Mine at Home. There were 2 updates today. P.S. Thank you to the Peninsula Princess and Beth 1211, the 2 leaders, for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.